This is LFL XL, Europe's biggest stage for violence, glory, and spectacle. World-class warriors, knockouts that echo, speed that shocks, the very best on the LFL roster. Titles claimed by blood, skill, and fire. A fight show like no other. This crowd is louder. Prize cannons, insane atmosphere. The night is unforgettable. Do not miss this one.
Welcome, fight fans from around the world, to Levels Fight League, the home of European MMA. Tonight, we're in the breathtaking city of Antwerp for LFL 22. And what a spectacular show we have in store for you. Tonight, our card is headlined by a featherweight title fight that's going to blow the doors off it's going to blow the hinges off the door in every door of the city. I'm Callum, your host for this evening's fair, and with me, I'm joined with two fine figures. To my right, UFC and MMA heavyweight legend Stefan Struve. To my left, Robin Black, martial arts extraordinaire. Stefan, let's just go straight into the main event. Bulaid versus Silva. Bulaid, famed kickboxer. What do you want to see from him tonight? Fighting for the featherweight title on his LFL debut.
Yeah, I'm really happy we finally got to see him live in the cage at LFL because he's a phenomenal kickboxer. If you love striking, it doesn't get any better than this. This man is the elite of the elite. So he has made the transition into MMA. He's got to build up a nice record. He's got a submission win in his last fight, so he's getting more complete. He's got wrestling. He can grapple. He can scramble. We've seen it, but the best thing he can do is strike, and I'm expecting violence. I can't wait.
It's going to be firework levels of violence there. Yep. And Robin, for our co-main event, we have Alain van der Merckt back in the LFL cage facing Oliveira. What do you expect from this man who went on such a tear?
Yeah, I mean, I get the great gift. Stefan often, too, we could call 40, 50 fights a month. In 6 months, that's 300 fights. I'll get to interview 300 winners sometimes in that time. And talking to him after he fights stands out of my mind. Looking at a guy with that realization of what he's just done. He submits tough guys that are on top of him. He's on the wrong end of getting hurt and finds his way to come back. He'll hurt you in the open field. He will take the hardest assignment sometimes, turn it around and find a way to win. He's a game day guy, super fun to watch, and I can't wait to see this one. It's a tough test for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a blessing to have him back in the cage, Robin. But of course, that's not all we have. You know, we are in Belgium, Stefan, so we do have a very tasty Belgium versus Netherlands fight between Van Saldam and Desme.
Yeah.
What do you expect from this? Two savvy veterans of the game.
Yeah, two veterans. They fought all over Europe. Both former champions at LFL, and both look phenomenal. What comes to mind right now, both of them, their last fights. Van Saldam, that knockout in Utrecht last year, Robin.
Yeah.
That was probably the nastiest knockout I have seen in the LFL cage. That was insane. And Donovan Desme did the exact same, the year before, I believe, against his opponent, Blanco. Again, violence. Two men that come to trade, try to knock each other out, and we're doing commentary. We're in the best seat, so I'm very, very excited.
I see that violence is going to be a thread running all through the show.
Yeah. If you don't like violence, don't tune in tonight.
Yeah, you might be in the wrong.
If you like grappling, tonight may not be the night for you.
And then one more fight we want to highlight, Robin Bestati making his third appearance in the LFL cage, beginning his MMA journey after being an incredibly well-renowned kickboxer. What do you expect to see in his evolution tonight?
Stefan, do you think we'll see violence? Look, when you got a guy who's so great from long range, right? Stab you with his toes, rip you with his knuckles, piece you apart and do it artistically, and then you put together all the tools. We've seen him up against the cage. We've seen him on top of somebody dropping down elbows. By the time a high-level surgical striker is into his third MMA fight in an environment like this, you get to see really what he's going to be capable of. Again, we're bringing in tough assignments for these guys, but I'm excited to see him back in the LFL cage.
Diagnosis violence, I
Yes,
think is the...
yes.
Okay, so before we get into the full meat of the card, let's have a quick look at the rule set we're working with this evening in Antwerp and give you all a breakdown. So the regular bouts are 3 rounds of 5 minutes, apart from the championship bout, which is 5 rounds of 5. This includes no kneeing or kicking to the back of the head of a grounded opponent, no strike to the spine or back of the head, nor any holding of the fence or opponent's gloves. If a fight goes to a decision, judges will score it based on 3 broad criteria: effective striking, kicking or grappling, aggressiveness, and control of the fighting arena. So now we have all that admin out of the way. All that's left to do is open up a plate and introduce you to some sweet, sweet violence.
Tonight, Levels Fight League expands and conquers. Waagnatie Antwerp. Belgium welcomes the Netherlands and the world. 14 fights, 11 nationalities, side by side and face to face. A former champion returns to his people, Alain van der Merckt. Belgium, home and hungry. And he's standing across from 40-plus wins of pure danger in Mutante Oliveira. So he throws a left hook to get to the right hand. There it is. A Belgian icon meets a Dutch veteran in the kind of fight that defines legacies. And in the main event, 8-0, one of the hottest prospects in Dutch MMA, Ilias The Blade Bulaid steps into a featherweight title fight. His first time competing close to home soil against a Brazilian, Wellyton da Silva. Rising talents, proven legends, 2 great nations and the world. April 11th, Levels Fight League, Waagnatie Arena in Antwerp. Remember, there's levels to this. Enjoy the hostilities, my friends.
Welcome everybody to LFL 22 in Antwerp.
Welcome to Waagnatie Arena and welcome to LFL 22. Tonight, Levels Fight League is proud to present some of the best combat artists from around the world in 14 scintillating fights. But before the hostilities begin, please welcome your LFL ring card girls and your ring announcer, Tobias Greenhall.
And one-of-a-kind spectacle. We proudly present to you the first international event in Levels Fight League history. Tonight, frontiers are being crossed, and we bring to you the action and entertainment that has elevated LFL into the top rank of elite European MMA. This is LFL XL 22, and we're coming at you live inside the Octagon from the diamond-studded port city of Antwerp with unforgettable matchups, pure adrenaline, pure fire, guaranteed to ignite this cage into a blaze of MMA glory. Are you ready? Now, without further ado, Let's kick things off with the first fight of the evening, which will be a light heavyweight bout for 3 5-minute rounds. I'd like to start by calling the man fighting out of the blue corner into the octagon, Sydney Dacres.
Here we go, LFL 22, our first international event in Antwerp. Sydney Dacres is a fantastic fighter. He is a karate expert coming out of the UK, and it's one of the things you really love in this commentary group, Robin, when people have that like background in a different martial arts and then kind of bring it into the cage to like mix things up.
Yeah, every martial artist assembles their collection of tools, techniques, and strategies from nothing to something, from the ground up. And when you start with that kind of, base karate movement, it's light on your feet, it's finding different angles. It just it starts the creation of a fighter a little bit differently. But he is long and lean, this man. I met him today for the first time in the elevator, and I was quite shocked by his frame.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
After rewatching our intro, Robin, I sometimes forget how tall I am, and we are a little different, my friend.
Yes, it's true. It did kind of remind me a little bit of meeting Stefan Struve. It's true. Although this man, younger and leaner than you today.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, he's leaner than a lot of people.
He's leaner than everyone, yeah.
I don't mind you saying that, my man. That's all good.
Already.
He's looking to be in great shape,
Yeah.
and he's got Stuart Austin in his corner. Still the only man to submit Tom Aspinall.
Yeah, true enough. I was speaking to him and Stuart, and the conversation kind of turned to the strangeness of the hours before a fight. That odd feeling. Fighting is stressful,
Yep.
but waiting to fight is actually more stressful.
100%.
Yes. And what we were left with was the best way to deal with it is to admit that it's true and try to enjoy the unfamiliar feeling.
And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Bedard Resai.
So if you consider the karate background of Dacres, Resai comes from a wrestling school, which over the past few years has really become like the MO of a lot of top-level MMA. It's the thing that is currently in vogue, and lots of the top fighters are having it. But yeah, he's a real fascinating character. Began wrestling at 15 in Iran, MMA journey at 25, and is 31 now.
When you start wrestling in Iran, that's one of the countries to start wrestling in.
Big time. The Iranian wrestling programs are incredibly powerful. It's important. The natural tendency is to say, oh, karate is this and wrestling is that. It's important to acknowledge that in truth, these guys assemble complete games and they pull things from everywhere. But what you start with does set the tone of how you'll stand, what you'll convert back to, some of your principled thinking. So they will look, these two couldn't be more different in their body types, size, height, weight, thickness, a collection of skills, and that makes the most boring phrase in the history of fighting is styles make fights. Yeah, it's the most overused phrase in the history of fighting.
It's very true.
But it's very true.
Yep.
It's very true.
I mentioned Stuart Austin in the corner of Sydney Omar Dacres. The corner of Berat Resai. It's got Ricardo Wando and Gegard Mousasi. Gegard Mousasi's brother, and Ricardo Wando is the longtime coach of Costello Vancini's PFL middleweight champion right now, who just finished Fabian Edwards. Talk about great corners. Talk about a great fight to open the night, guys.
Sure.
We can see Dacres has the height and reach advantage over the stocky Resai.
Like, what on earth is happening when you've got 0-0 guys of this caliber fighting in your first fight? I love it.
And introducing first, the man fighting out of the blue corner. He is 25 years old. He stands at 200 centimeters tall. Hailing from England, representing Fight Zone and Diesel Gym, Bigfoot Sydney Dacres. And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 31 years old. He stands at 186 centimeters tall. Hailing from the Netherlands, representing MMA Vlaardingen, the Gladiator, Resai. And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Axel Vacumenard.
Part of the reason this matchup is so good is because there's not many people that would fight either of these guys, so they have to fight each other.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to be in the cage of either of these two monsters. Lord above.
But their reputations, their backgrounds, their teams, that's not a fight most people want to take. So they get each other, and we get this fight.
I got another one for you, Robin. Do not blink.
Yes. In the realm of overused lines, yeah, it's a good one too, but fair enough.
Yeah, sometimes the most said phrases are the truest.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's a level change.
Yeah,
look at that.
One punch and in for Resai. Makes sense. You want to get inside the distance of Dacres. I mean,
it's going for the ankle.
It's a pretty natural nickname to call him Dacres. Acres is a large
look at this, man.
Spot of gap. But yeah,
look at how smooth.
Slick take.
The way he connected and the way he used his legs to outbalance him and then go for the ankle and just be patient and fluent with it, right? Beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, and he might be 6 foot something, but he's barely a foot tall lying down, right? And you put him on his back and you get on top.
Especially with the Irani wrestling background he has.
And Stefan mentioned the smoothness. Look, he's already got his ear on his tricep.
Arm triangle, he's got it.
Triangle.
Oh,
yeah.
That's deep. This is it.
Yeah, this could be the fight over.
Yeah. Good night, noble adversary.
Oh, he's got a squeeze. He's going out.
He's
yeah.
going out.
He's going out on his shield.
Dacres gave a little thumbs up to the referee.
He did. He did.
Man.
I mean, you can. Your will is what it is, but when the blood doesn't go, the blood doesn't go, right?
Dude, sometimes you have these guys who just have like extra. He's got dreadlocks, you know what I mean? Like it's an extra defense.
Yeah, it's every little millimeter can make a difference.
Oh, look at this!
Both Stefan and I were 100% convinced that was over. We weren't just trying to sell you something, but now he has.
Resai has almost a guillotine in there, but not enough space by the looks of it.
Now it's high elbow. But,
he just used a ton of energy trying to finish that arm triangle. An arm triangle, when you really squeeze, you use a lot of energy and you blow up your arm. So definitely interesting to see how that's going to play out the rest of the fight.
The truth is, to choke somebody unconscious, you block blood flow. It's not a will thing, right? It's a biological thing. So but yet, having said that, there are some people that just do not choke easy.
Yep.
They just won't.
Oh, look at that.
So what do?
Suplex.
You take him down again.
He just makes it look so easy.
It does.
Resai really dominating these early exchanges with some very impressive grappling.
Look the way he gets up, though.
Yeah.
Very good job.
He knows what he's doing, right?
100%.
You know, it's not this. It's a sequence of choices to get to these 4 points, or 3 and 1 on the cage. And he extracts the leg, and he's right back up again.
Keeping a hold of the wrist was really important over here in this position.
Dacres has had 14 amateur fights before this, so you would assume that you can see that experience.
Oh.
Nice knee on the good.
He probably knew that he, had to go through hell in the beginning of the fight.
But I mean, honestly, I believed it was done. Everything about that arm triangle said, check, please, right?
Yep.
And here we are with 1 minute 45 seconds, and Dacres is at range, and he's the patient one now. He's the one taking his time.
Yeah, he looks completely unbothered by, from our perspective, almost being submitted, and looks calm and in control in the cage, not afraid of the takedown again.
definitely also see that Barra's got a lot of work to do still in the stand-up. He tries to move away. He's going for rear naked here.
Yeah.
Don't hold the fence.
Now he's... He may try to, lace a leg and try to establish him. It's a long time here. He doesn't have to choke him. He can pound him from these positions.
And I think Resai's been cut.
Yep.
Yeah,
Blood is
knee, I
pouring over
believe.
his nose.
I believe it was a knee.
could very well be that left knee of Dacres. Man, he's looking good. He's so
Really?
calm.
Can you imagine you just get taken down by this fantastic wrestler? You're choked to the point that everyone watching, or at least these two professional athletes watching, believe it's done. And now you got to choke yourself.
This is going to do it now.
This time it is going to be done, correct?
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Unreal.
Talking about impressive.
Phenomenal performance from Dacres there. It looked, for all intents and purposes, been wrestled out at the beginning, but comes back strong and gets his own submission with a brutal rear naked
How
choke.
you make a debut, man.
Whoa, and then he comes
Unreal.
up and he says, "Shh, quiet." And you're like, "Yeah, okay, sir. we will shut our mouths." Very, very nice. That's one to remember for him and us. For he was mounted with the arm completely around and his own shoulder choking him on the other side. And a couple of minutes later, he had bloodied this man up and choked him near unconscious.
Yeah, he looked really, really good.
It was the ice coldness of being in that troubling situation and then coming out the other side. Here might be the knee.
That one seemed to hit the jaw. There's another knee wraps around from this position. But right here, you see blood forming, and he grabs his own shoulder. He was controlling one arm as he did it.
Yeah, beautiful way to do it. He punches around the neck to really get that wrist around the shoulder, and then he blocks it and locks it in. Beautiful. Man, what a performance.
Oh. Dude.
Very, very
We're shaking
slick work.
Coach's hand right now because that was something.
The calmness under pressure, the dealing with the wrestling, and then getting a submission at the end. Big, big ceiling on Dacres.
Yeah, you just said it, Robin. What madness it is to have a fight like this with two talents like this to open the card, right? But I'm definitely interested to see how far this man is going to go.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner by way of rear naked choke. Fighting out of the blue corner, Bigfoot, Sydney Dacres.
Definitely hope to see Dacres back in the cage as soon as possible. Here's another look at that submission, Robin.
Look at this guy. He didn't freak out. He didn't worry when he was in trouble. He just worked his way back until he was the one in the position to finish the fight. The choices that he made from being on the bottom to repeatedly getting back to his feet were calm, just a man running plays, a man just playing tic-tac-toe.
It's just crazy how fast that goes from you are in an arm triangle, right? And you're almost getting submitted. You get out of it. So that's a huge mental win. But especially when they stand up, how calm he was after that. And your opponent just used a ton of energy, but the way he was moving and the way he broke his opponent down, man, unreal.
Yeah, unreal.
Let's check in with our next fight of the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next fight of the evening, which will be a featherweight bout for 3 5-minute rounds. Let's start by introducing the man fighting out of the blue corner into the octagon, Raymond Jowett.
Jowett has one of my favorite how did you get into MMA stories of lots of fighters. Effectively, he played a UFC Undisputed video game.
I was in there. What? Who said that?
Yeah, exactly. So he was, Jowett was probably playing some Stefan Struve versus Mark Hunt Rundgren.
I had a really good question mark kick in that game, I believe. I would get messages all the time from young kids like telling me they hated me, they couldn't beat my character, and they kept failing the game. Until today, I still get messages.
I mean, if that's not a claim to fame, what is?
I got to consult on teaching the programmers to understand three-dimensional space before they made UFC 3. I was brought in as a consultant to teach them about fighting in space.
A lot of people love that game. Now I know why.
Yeah, well, UFC 3 it was a great one, and we really did. You know, it was them, but they were able to make three-dimensional fighting actually make sense. But what you take from it's a bizarre thing to say out loud, but I have commentated people playing fighting games, and when you're commentating it, you start to realize that their brains, the brains of the players, are making the same choices, ideally, that the actual fighters are. They're just not physically doing it. So it's a long-winded way of saying playing video games, and Demetrius Johnson will tell you this, playing video games can make you a better fighter.
Same decisions, little less pressure.
Yes, exactly. No head trauma.
Next, his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Rashid Bulguchev.
We've seen Bulguchev in the LFL cage before. Anyone followed us back remembered LFL 19 with a very hard-fought draw against Tom Bennett. Yeah, fantastic to see his grappling. Also, one of our commentary team's favorite elements is another fighter who started with judo as a child, and there's just something about that judo-based MMA which often makes very exciting fights.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to love. I mean, as we go through the world and fighting itself changes, our understanding of it changes as well. So people will say, oh, the best base for wrestling or for MMA is wrestling. That was true 13 years ago. That's not necessarily true now. What is true once changes as the organism of fighting changes. And judo creates a different kind of physical engagement, creates a different kind of mind about physical engagement. And you get the cool throws where people fire another human body against the planet.
That's the bit I like.
Yeah, that's the fun stuff.
I used to practice judo when I was a kid, and I think I made it to blue belt, but I used uchimaras in a lot of fights to get on top.
Yeah. Can you imagine trying to throw Stefan Struve?
Tail of the tape, Bulguchev, 2 years the senior, and has a height and reach advantage over Jowett.
And introducing first the man fighting out of the blue corner. He is 29 years old. He stands at 168 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 4 wins, 1 loss. Hailing from Aruba, representing Skin Coast MMA, Raymond Bonte Jowett. And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 31 years old. He stands at 180 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 3 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw. Hailing from Belgium, representing Combat Brothers, the Boule, Rashid Bulguchev. And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Stefan de Monte.
Here it is, the second fight on LFL 22 about to begin. Jowett versus Bulguchev.
Back to what is the best discipline to start in MMA. Oh, nice calf kick.
Yeah.
I think he heard me. It's starting to become kickboxing. Alex Pereira, Yusri Belgaroui, Tijani Bestadi, Ilias The Blade. Beautiful takedown, look at that.
Yes, Stefan. And it changes, right? And if you were to say that 6 years ago, people would argue that, and they would have points. But the game changes and our awareness changes. And the basics of the other games are understood.
Oh, looking for an armbar.
Yeah, armbar setup.
Could make it tighter.
He's got to move his hips and rotate himself.
What?
Yeah, pressure. So the coaches, Jowett's coaches are saying pressure in. And that's true. It's out. No, yeah.
John Jones, Fito Belfort here.
So the armbar is out. There's an omoplata conversion he's trying to make here. Now he's got it. So that is a shoulder lock. And he rotates around, and you can use that to lock your man. Now it's Jowett on top. Jowett has a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And he competes a lot. And on the ride over here in the van, he was sleeping. And that's
always nice.
That's
sleep the day off.
Yeah, when you can sleep the day off, it means that you become accustomed to the pressure, right?
Yeah. I was able to do that earlier in my career.
Before you understood how dangerous this is.
And I made it to the UFC. Fought real monsters.
Yeah.
Then I couldn't sleep the night before.
Or the week before, probably. This is a fun fight, these two back and forth.
Oh, he went for an inside trip, and his opponent takes the back.
Bulguchev
both hooks in.
Trying to flatten out Jowett.
3 minutes is a long time here. So Jowett refused to be flattened. You were right, Callum. He was trying to get his belly right down on the ground, but Jowett keeps maintaining the points on the ground, the knees.
And Bulguchev just hitting little rabbit punches, just trying to soften up. And
Jowett is trying to get one hook of Bulguchev out. Oh, he's got it. That's it. Now he's got it behind the head. He's going to squeeze here.
Doesn't want to give it up, but he's got to attach the arm.
Jowett.
That's it. There it is. Man. What finishes galore tonight, guys.
Amazing.
Jeez.
A real slobber knocker there between these two. Great scrambles and grappling exchanges. And Bulguchev comes out victorious in this featherweight bout.
You couldn't see it, but Bulguchev has quite a significantly longer arms when you put the two of them together. And he really wound that one through. And when you look at the replay, so his right arm is choking. His left arm, watch where he stashes it under his own chin. Watch. So he goes here, look at his left, he stashes his wrist under his own chin, right? And the man on the bottom wants two hands on that left hand, but it's, in the old days, you try to tuck it behind the head. Now he's got it tucked into the back of the curvature of the head and his own chin guarding it.
Yeah, so when you're defending, you want to grab the hand that's on top of your head, pull that off and keep it with you so your opponent's not able to squeeze anymore, right? But
he's locked it down with his own jaw.
Too late. Yeah, beautiful job by him.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Smooth.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner by way of rear naked choke. Fighting out of the red corner, Rashid the Bulguchev.
Fantastic performance from Bulguchev there. Really looks fantastic in a very high-octane fight there, Robin.
Yeah.
Back and forth, lots of beautiful scrambling exchanges.
Yeah, Jowett had, got himself out from underneath into positions of dominance, but yeah, really fun grappling. High intensity, super athletic grappling from both guys.
Yeah, they squeezed a lot of living in half a round. Like, it feels bizarre to say that because the amount of things that happened in that fight, but yeah, 2 first-round finishes.
If we keep this pace up with the finishes, I'll be home by 9 and we're in Antwerp.
Yeah, you've got to drive yet.
I love this.
Yeah, I mean, these guys don't get paid by minutes, right? They get paid to come in, fight their hearts out, and when you get it done, same money in 2 minutes and less injuries sounds pretty good to these guys and us.
I share those thoughts with you, my friend. I always wanted to go in there as soon,
Ladies and gentlemen,
finish it as soon as possible.
Moving on to the next fight of the evening. This time, a bantamweight bout for 3 5-minute rounds. Let's start by introducing the man fighting out of the blue corner. Into the octagon, Wakanda Nkunga.
Nkunga making his pro debut tonight, but has one hell of a storied amateur MMA journey. Gold medalist at the and the African champion of IMMAF, national champion of the FAMMA, black belt in traditional jiu-jitsu and a red blue belt in BJJ. Yeah, this is a storied fighter, 21 years old, and already with that resume. And I also gotta love a walkout with a little bit of theatre to it.
Yeah, he says he's a showman, and you know, you take a little bit of tradition, you take a little bit of history, you take a whole lot of culture, and you put it together and you have a little fun. You know, when somebody's making their pro debut, sometimes you might say, hey, concentrate on the fighting, but when you've been an amateur champion, you've made this walkout a number of times. So come out here and express yourself. Be an individual. Be you. And there's only one of this guy, so he's 1-1.
Did you ever want to do this in traditional Dutch gear?
I actually thought of this exact same walkout. No, I did not. Some people from the Netherlands used to walk out in clogs, but I was never the kind of guy that was that relaxed before a fight.
Do they make the wooden clogs in yours? What size feet do you have?
15.
I don't think they make a wooden clog in 15s.
Well, they're all handmade. So,
yeah, so they could.
I'm sure someone could get Stefan Struve a pair of wooden clogs.
Yes, yes, they would. Yes. I'm not going to steal this line. I'll credit our producer, but he could just wear canoes.
There we go. There we go. I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Walk on water.
Yes. But yeah, to be able to take, we're all individuals. We all, you know, fighting like dance, like fashion, like food, like music. Fighting is expressed. There are cultural expressions of fighting as well. And to be able to express your own background and your own culture, whether that is Dutch or wherever it is on earth you come from, Angola in this young man's case, it's a cool thing. It's part of who we are.
They're discussing how to get rid of the outfit now.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
it wasn't that hard after all.
I think it was mainly
like it was going to be an issue.
It was mainly the necklaces, it seemed, that were the problem. But
I was hoping
that came straight off.
I was hoping he was going to fight in those shorts.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Would have been harder to get rid of the canoe clogs.
But yeah, Nkunga looking very relaxed, joyous, move coming into the cage, and why not? It's an incredibly harrowing, tough thing to step into a cage and fight another man, and however you can assist on that journey, what works best for you, as Robin was saying, is what works best for you.
Yeah, and fighting is ultimately an expression of your individuality. And when you're making your debut, people would say, well, concentrate on the fighting. But as an amateur fighter, he has so much experience, amateur championships, that he understands what this is. So he's able to put that self-expression into it, even here in his pro debut. And fighting, again, it's an expression of individuality. No two people fight the same. No two people dance the same. No two people do the same high diving platform dive the same. We are all individuals, and that's part of the beauty.
You know what? Like, fighting as an amateur may be even scarier, because you don't know, often you don't know anything about your opponent. Yeah. Like, I've had fights where I was in the ring, I didn't know who was going to fight.
Never seen that guy before.
Like, he could have killed like 10 bears, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah. Fighting out of the red corner, Ilias
Bonte, bantamweight, again, 23 years old, young man. Was originally a footballer, but switched to fighting just after realizing how much he loved the sport. Again, man making his pro debut tonight, but with a bastion of amateur MMA experience.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing this. This is the reality. One, people want to fight Levels Fight League because we already have a dozen fighters that have come out of here and gone to the UFC or the PFL. And I mean, this has become the most important show in all of Europe to fight on. So people want to fight here. But when you've got this level of fighter, who are they going to fight? You're going to come in here and fight somebody of your own caliber. And that's what Bonte's doing here. Jonas Bonte is also an amateur champion from the UK and Ireland areas through the Cage Warrior systems. So 2 amateur champions come in here in their pro debut, and only one of them is going to walk out with a win tonight.
And in the corner of Jonas Bonte, Paulo Moth, who was with USP Belgrade 2 weeks ago, cornering in the UFC with Alex Pereira.
Jeez.
And Joris Rookhausen, who was cornering a lot of guys, including Costello Vancinis. A lot of people go to him for wrestling in the Netherlands. So combine that with his record, and then the skill set of his coaches, his own skill set. These fighters, these young fighters nowadays, scary.
We can see Nkunga has a slight height and reach advantage over Bonte.
And introducing first, the man fighting out of the blue corner. This man is 21 years old. He stands at 176 centimeters tall, hailing from Angola, representing Team Jahedi Boxing Club, King Wakanda Nkunga! And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 23 years old. He stands at 170 centimeters tall, hailing from both the Netherlands and Morocco, representing ATC and Airlines Gym Royale, Jonas Bonte.
Let me add one educated assessment, and that is that Bonte's amateur career so far, the level of Cage Warriors competition is higher than the level of IMAF in Africa today. Now, how will that translate? We don't know. But they're both amateur champions, but the Cage Warriors experience is probably even more valuable of the two.
Here we go, our third fight of LFL 22. Nkunga with the blue tape and the white shorts, and Bonte with the red tape.
Look at the difference in stance. Yeah. The movement out of Nkunga.
So Nkunga, as he's...
jab.
Yeah, really nice.
And Bonte just went for a calf kick. He goes again.
And then the body. Nkunga's rhythm of moving to side, it was starting to be an interpretable rhythm, meaning you can predict which side he goes with a head kick or a punch. See? It is a rhythm. See? That side-to-side rhythm, there's starting to be a readable rhythm in it.
Look at the way he manages to avoid that calf kick. Then goes to the takedown.
So this is definitely where you want to go test somebody when...
Good balance by Nkunga.
Very good. And his positioning is good, pulling up on one side and underhooking the other. Turning his hip, blading his hip.
Solid, dangerous knee from Bonte.
Bonte in his corner, trying to wrestle his opponent down, listening to his coach, Joris Rookhausen, a.k.a. Amsterdam Airlines.
Watch Bonte's left foot if he's going to hook the ankle of the right leg of Nkunga. Watch, let's see if he does. There he does. He does. Yeah, that's a test. Tries it as a test.
He's keeping his hands locked. And then it's, I always try to teach my students, do not be afraid to open your hands, especially in training. Don't be afraid to try and switch. You know, when you keep your hands closed, you're going to spend a lot of energy. Plus, you're missing a lot of options for the finish of the takedown.
Nkunga, the way he's throwing punches, he's nice and relaxed.
A little flurry from Bonte there.
Nice body kick, but he caught it, and then Bonte chooses to drop down and tries to drag his opponent into his guard.
So, yeah, it's a strange guard. Like, now he's changed.
Oh, look at
that.
Yeah. Glorious. Strange guard, but he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he did.
It's kind of like a half butterfly sweep.
Yeah, like an outside butterfly. both feet were on one side, which does make it easier to sweep because you've got a strong base, wide base.
Looked like a combination between butterfly guard and K guard.
Yeah, and you're sitting there watching a guy get caught off a leg attached to somebody and choosing to go to the ground. Often that would be discouraged, but when you know you can sweep from the ground, and it's proven to be so already, it was a great choice, and now he's on top, pressuring the chin.
Like what I'm seeing from Bonte, the way he moves on top.
See his right shoulder turning the jaw?
Crossface there.
Heavy pressure, and Nkunga looks a little lost on the ground. How smooth he was on the feet. I don't see that here.
No, he's holding on to a half guard. But Bonte,
never a good thing.
Yeah, Bonte is almost being like, this is a good position. I don't need to advance it, but he could, should he choose to. You've got a guy who's very elastic. The mount might not be as good a choice, which is why he waited until he was really confident until he took it.
Ooh, nice.
This is what you deal with. But you're back to half guard, so nothing lost. You ventured to the mount, lost it, back where you were on the other side.
So the decisions Nkunga are making right now aren't the best ones. He's closing his hands, he's pulling his opponent on top of him, but the only thing he's doing is keeping himself on his back and pulling his opponent's weight down. And Bonte is smooth on top, moving like it's not taking any energy out of him. He looks like he's done this position years and years and years in the cage.
So you've got a minute left and you're on top. Of course you want to finish. But you've just learned you can get your guy down, you can sweep him, and you can stay on top. So you don't want to be so reckless to finish because we can get back here if the round ends, right?
Yep.
From a coaching perspective, you're like, hey, take what's there, pound him when you get the chance, see if you can free your right elbow to pound. Because his right elbow could be free right now. You do the work, let's see.
Side control from Bonte.
Nice job. He wanted to get rid of those long legs.
Yeah. Back to the mount for the third time.
30 seconds left.
Elbows now, yeah.
And he's really good with those 12 to 6 elbows.
Yep.
Really, really quick. Very dangerous. And he's not throwing them with a lot of power, just speed.
Sharp. Yeah. You cut. The jarring, too. Those were once... And many people know the story of to why the 12 to 6 used to be illegal. Do you know, Stefan?
Yeah, because ice breaking, right?
There was a breaking competition the day of the rules meeting, and somebody used their elbow to break like 20 slabs of ice, and the people establishing the rules were like, okay, you can kick someone in the head, but you can't do that elbow thing we saw earlier. This was the sweep. It really was elegant. He got the mount a few times, and when he lost, so he took his time getting to the mount, thinking, this guy may be able to buck me out. But then 2 or 3 times he got to it, and when he was bucked out, he regained half guard. So now he learned so much. Bonte learned so much. He can sweep, he can mount. When he mounts, if he loses it, he can regain half guard and go back to the drawing board. So he's going to feel so confident here. 2 or 3 punches and to a body lock if he can. What do you think, Stefan? Will he rush into a takedown?
I think he's going to take more risk in the second round when he takes it to the ground, because he knows that he can easily control his opponent. So I wouldn't be surprised that he switches to a takedown really quick.
You don't want to get kneed on the way in, right?
Especially by Nkunga.
Yeah. You've got a guy with bladed knees, elastic strikes. You don't want to get kneed in the face on the way in. So you need to strike a few times yourself. And there he throws 3 punches. There'll be 2 or 3 more, and then a takedown attempt. Knee strikes. Yeah.
He uses a knee to close the distance. Look at this.
Just like last time. Double overs. Look, it's going to try the same sweep.
He may be going for a mirror lock, but Nkunga recognizes it, gets his arm out.
Ooh, good for you. Nkunga lands a couple.
You got to be careful when he frames. There's a lot of that butterfly sweep, so smooth.
And straight into side control this time from Bonte. And straight into mount. And Nkunga is giving that up a little bit easier than the first round.
Nkunga's looking lost off of his back.
Bonte could have done that in the first round, but he was concerned with losing the position. But the history of round 1 taught him that all that'll happen is he'll get back to half guard, which is he's back to 1/4 guard now. And now a mount again.
Look what Bonte's doing.
Big elbows
trying to bring him to the cage. Like, I always like to keep him away from the cage when I have full mount, because...
Now he's flattened him.
Oh, this fight might not be on for too much longer.
Under for the rear naked. He's got
it doesn't look like it's under the neck yet.
he's got a crossface. This could be it.
No, he's going to pound some more. There's no rush. 3.5 minutes is a long time when you are in a dominant position that you can regain.
Especially when you're on someone's back and you can just hit them at will.
Yeah. Now the corner.
Oh, this could be coming to an end shortly.
The corner should be encouraging him, but not rushing him. And they are. They're doing exactly that. You absolutely, positively want to finish this man this round. But whether that's in the next 6 seconds or 2 minutes and 30 seconds, that's fine. It doesn't matter.
I have a feeling if Bonte kept on with the strikes, the ref would have stepped in there. But still almost 3 minutes
He really
to go.
Really wants the rear naked.
Yes,
That could be it. This could be the end.
Yep. So he's on the shoulder. Yeah, now he's in there.
Nkunga's defending well.
Nkunga's not giving up.
Now he's got it like this could be it. Second time he's got it. Usually that's it.
Trying to wrap the arm.
Yep. That's it.
There it is.
Man.
Commanding performance from Bonte, finished off with a rear naked choke after a dominant second round.
Another returning theme. I'm really impressed by the level of talent tonight, guys.
Yeah.
A lot of guys were 0-0 stepping into the LFL case tonight, but the level of the fights, of the finishes, of the takedowns, of the scrambles, just super impressive.
We saw that sweep. Clearly, that's one of his go-to sweeps. To be able to set up that guard from the outside over there, it's young and modern, and to be able to sweep from that position. Look for it again, pull him, drag him back to the ground. To have the option to drag a guy down and know you can end up on top is pretty cool. And to have the option to just keep going back to this. Look, he pulls it once, like Stefan pointed out the second time, almost locked up the arm with his leg. And now
you use so much power, like pulling that hand from your head, and it's everything you have left. And when he locks it in again, you don't have anything left to fight with.
Yeah. It's your last ditch, and there's nothing left, and he's got it fully extended, the back, the spine extended, and forces the tap.
Had a great amount to learn then from Nkunga as well. 21 years old. Pro debut. He'll only come out stronger after that. But
he looked really good on the feet.
He really did.
He's got some work to do when it comes to being on his back, but plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, he's Nkunga's a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so there's a long way for him to progress. And at any stage, whether you're a 21-year-old fighter or anyone in life, like, progression is part of life. The ability, the freedom to get better is what we're doing here, you know? So it can become a beautiful thing.
Just waiting for the official announcement now, with the each fighter's coach just sharing a few choice words with them. But yeah, the performance levels, unbelievable. 21 and 23 years old, already large resumes of fights between them, and a nice show of respect from the two gentlemen there after a slightly feisty end to proceedings. I believe there might be a little bit of tension between the two after Bonte kind of did a victory roar right next to his defeated opponent. But
I mean, you also got to remember, these are kids, right? Like,
and filled with adrenaline, your pro fight. There's a lot going on here.
It's only a couple of years since they were just in high school. Yeah. You know, they're still learning how to be a human, a man, a person. You know.
Both of them would have been mid-teenagers during COVID.
Yeah.
Which is terrifying to think of.
And now they're professional mixed martial artists. It's not the way you want to start it. You don't dream of starting at 0-1, but those of us who have started that way, it's a beautiful part of the learning. It gives you an assignment.
Look at Jack Della Maddalena.
Yeah.
0-2.
Yeah.
Look what he went on to do.
Yep.
He was undefeated up until he met Islam Makhachev.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Many great stories like that.
we have a winner by way of rear naked choke. Fighting out of the red corner, the owner.
Bonte just receiving his medal there. Very intrigued to see where else he goes in the featherweight division of LFL. We're obviously pretty stacked there with the title on the line tonight. Might be a little bit away from that, but it's nice to see the you kind of goal. Kind of to see what's on the mountain ahead of you, to see that up on the very peak.
2 days ago, he was a kid getting ready to have his pro debut, and now he's a professional mixed martial artist with a record of 1 win and by submission.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next fight of the evening, which will be a middleweight bout for 3 5-minute rounds. Let's start by calling the man fighting out of the blue corner into the octagon. Onion
Jovanovic, a Serbian with a nice boxing background here, transitioned to MMA about 4 years ago. Yet, despite that boxing background, all of his wins have come by submission, which is always nice when someone maybe develops something they didn't realize about themselves in the sport.
Yeah, and you know, as a martial artist, you fall in love with the different aspects that you're learning. Any artist, you know, any artist, any high performer often really becomes fascinated in the things that are a little new and the things that you still have a long way to progress in. Part of the trip.
Jovanovic already 11 fights on his resume, 25 years old. So this is a man who's been around the pro circuit for a little while. Loves throwing himself into different challenges. You know, he's a game changer.
Yeah, a lot of the fighters from this area of the world, the smaller cities in Serbia, produces some people with serious fighting desire, but not a full access sometimes to all of the tools. So you end up getting a ravenous opponent when you face a Serbian. But you find ways to win. You can find ways to win.
The UFC is actually going to Serbia for the first time later this year, and there's a ton of great fighters coming from that region.
That'll instigate a lot of growth.
So Tariq Jahedi, I love this guy's background. So Tariq Jahedi was actually in the Belgian national futsal team. Are you aware of futsal?
I have. What kind of martial art is that?
So futsal is like a small ball football.
Let's just say his opponent's happy it's not pride rules.
Right. So is it like rugby or soccer?
So it's like
when you play futsal and you look like Vanderlei Silva,
yes. Run.
Yeah. So it's like it's super popular in Brazil. So it's a lot more showy, smaller balls, smaller court, a lot more trick shots. So it's very like agility focused with your feet, and like I said, it's very popular in Brazil. So a lot of Brazilian footballers that come through.
Well, we always like to find connections to youth sport, especially sports that athletes did when they were younger, and how they connect to their fighting. Jose Aldo was a pretty accomplished football player, soccer player for us Canadian types. That guy's leg kicks were disastrous for anybody that dealt with them.
Uriah Faber.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, the way they kick, just so smooth, with so much power, so elegant.
And one of the great, the key base principal tools for fighting is footwork. Where are you and where are you going? How do you evade things and how do you get where you want to go? And so Foot agility is definitely a valuable tool.
So Jahedi, 11 years the senior of Jovanovic, who also has the height advantage by 5 centimeters and a 3 centimeter reach.
And introducing first the man fighting out of the blue corner. This man is 25 years old. He stands at 180 centimeters tall. Hailing from Serbia, representing KDS Tovarishevo, Onion Jovanovic. And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 36 years old. He stands at 175 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 2 wins, 1 loss. Hailing from both Belgium and Morocco, representing Perfect Team, Tariq Jahedi. And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Axel Vakumana.
Our 4th fight of LFL 22. 3 fights, 3 finishes so far. That's a way to curse this fight to go to a decision.
So if you're Jovanovic, you want to be unpredictable. That's going to be his greatest advantage. Against a striking coach, a very sharp man, is be unpredictable.
Jahedi walking Jovanovic down. Oh.
He's got to be careful with his chin. He's keeping it way up. Jovanovic looking for the clinch, looking for the takedown.
I think he wants to strike in this clinch. You can see him trying to free his own.
Oh, nice knee.
Hard knee.
Jovanovic getting back up, though.
Still looks a little flustered, and Jahedi is not letting him go.
He's got him down now. He's going to join his hands and take him right down. He's got his hands joined. Yep, he's up.
But the height advantage working a little bit there from Jovanovic.
Yeah, Jahedi just got a little too wound up to get it. The hands were joined, you know. It was an easier route to the ground than the one he took.
Good decision here to step back. A nice right hand. He hurt him again. This is going to be it.
Referee step in here.
Here's the stoppage.
He's got him. Yep.
There he does. Tariq Jahedi with some big shots coming in. Puts down Jovanovic.
Jahedi tucked one low or high on the rib cage. When we see the replay, you'll see it. His left hand gets through. The right hand of Jahedi is really high on the rib cage, which actually can be a brutal place to take a punch. We'll take a look at it when we do see the replays.
Yeah, it was a bit of a blink. If you're blinking, you'll miss it. Jahedi was coming forward with a flurry of strikes, and at least one of them caught Jovanovic in a way that, yeah, you can see the fighter just drained out of him when he hit the floor.
I suspect it was that high body punch. Let's see. So the knee, this would probably be the knee earlier.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, he didn't like that. And I don't blame him. Yeah, watch this. Watch the right hand. There. So it's sort of under the armpit, and that can be a really bad place to often get kicked there, and it's really rough.
Yeah, you can see Jovanovic, as soon as that shot landed in the spot you were talking about, Robin, under the rib cage, he folded.
There. It's like a latissimus dorsi shot that sometimes sneaks in there, and it can really be brutal, blow all the air out of you, and he didn't fall like the air kind of exited the body.
I like the way he set up the knee, was pushing his opponent forward, then he let the pressure off, stepped through, and then landed that beautiful knee.
Yeah, that was the fight ender before the fight was ended. Should get the official announcement now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. By way of TKO, fighting out of the red corner, Tariq Jahedi.
performance from Jahedi. The knee that he landed seemed to have been the beginning of the end of the fight. After that, Jovanovic looked a bit flustered, looked a bit out on his feet, and then it finished with a real hard shot to the upper ribs, under the lat, and then finished off with a bit of ground and pound. Okay, what a fantastic 4 fights we've had at the beginning of LFL 22 in Antwerp, Belgium. We are going for a short intermission now, so go on, put the kettle on, have a cup of tea, and we'll be back before you know it.
So we'll see you all very soon. Thank you.
For the victory lap, though. Whoa, whoa, they ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lanes, and ain't no channel for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears.
Mijn zwakke punt is mijn sterke punt. Goed op de grond. Ik denk dat ik daar wel te pakken ga nemen. Ik ben Noor Osterhoff, ik vecht als catchweight en kom uit voor Broederacademie Fiscal. LFL 18 in Utrecht, heel bijzonder om dat mee te maken. Mijn eerste pro-debuut heb ik toen gemaakt. In de eerste ronde maakte ik een foutje waardoor zij op mijn rug belandde. Ik voelde dat ik wel sterker was dan haar, waardoor ik rustig bleef en daar vandaan kon ik handelen om de partij weer naar me toe te trekken. Ground and pound afgemaakt. Amateur en prof, het grootste verschil is natuurlijk de weightcut. Verder vind ik het zelf niet erg om te doen. Het is zwaar, zeker. Maar het heeft ook wel wat. Haar zwakke punt is mijn sterke punt. Goed op de grond. Ik denk dat ik daar wel te pakken ga nemen. Ik denk een ground and pound net als de vorige keer. Lekker mount en daar vandaan het afmaken. Mijn droom is om bij de UFC uit te komen. Dat ik daar de wereldtitel te pakken ga nemen. Ik weet zeker dat het gaat lukken.
Big knockout to open the card tonight. Wow!
Dances with the devil. Your power isn't special. We don't fit on your canvas. We burn it all to ashes. We are the outlaws.
Right out. Second fight, second round. This kid has got some serious power.
Referee was moving in to finish it.
What an end to the fight, what a round.
The winner of this fight, by knockout, is the man in the red corner.
This could be it.
We keep our eyes on the weak, they know that they targets. Hunting for goodwill, we ain't looking for bargains. And you should say a prayer, ain't nobody praying for you. Cause if I want it, then it's mine, that's what I'm saying to you. If it ain't hard as you better leave. You try and cross me, then you dead to me. Cause I'm in the business of making enemies. And there's a good chance that you may never leave. You feeling comfortable, you should never be. Outlaws come alive in the nighttime.
My name is Wouter van Busel. I fight in the lightweight division at LFL. My next fight will be at LFL 22 at Waagnatie in Antwerp. Why it felt so natural to go transition to professional MMA, I think, is my activity in the amateur scene. So I've done a lot of fights. Competing was just natural for me. Now I'm slowly finding out my style, how it came to be. I think somewhere inside of me I have this switch that goes off. It's just don't think and just fight. Because if my game plan doesn't work, it's just fight. Flow state I talk about in my interviews, it's not always. My last fight, I was not in a flow state at all. Finding out how to control it and how to make it come out, but so I would not say that's something I fully control yet. I hope to control that in the future. Flow state is something you have to find out. It's different for every person. The development of Dutch MMA I think is great to see. Like we have some guys, we have Ranier in the UFC of course, but it's not only the UFC and Ranier of course. I think especially amateur MMA is getting really high level now because we have of course LFL new talent. So I think it's mostly because the amateur level and the amateur accessibility to fight is so high. I'm Wouter van Busel, I'm fighting at LFL 22 in Waagnatie Antwerp, live only on Viaplay and YouTube.
In every fight is a hidden story. Hitai unlocks that story, live. Every strike measured in real time. Speed, power, precision. Impact revealed instantly, delivering a new level of fight data. Don't just watch, experience the fight like never before.
Yeah, I'm gonna make him tap. Yeah. Hi, my name is Dwayne van Halford. I'm fighting out of CSA Holland and Gracie Barra-Os, and I'm a professional featherweight. I just really want to close my career, but I cannot say that this is going to be my last fight because I already know I'm having so much fun in this preparation. This is not going to be my last fight. I need to get closure with it. You need to have peace with it, like that I'm going to quit on my terms and not by the government or by some pandemic. Yeah, that's the motivation I still want to fight. Yeah, like I know I'm the more experienced fighter in MMA bouts. I don't know how many kickboxing fights he has. I think the experience make me that I'm mentally really strong, you know. To get in like the good mentally state of fighting, I love walking in nature. I have like 3 dogs and I'm busy with them, like sometimes even more busy with my dogs than I'm with my kid and with my wife, but no, I'm just kidding. And I just live a really healthy lifestyle, you know. I never drink alcohol, I don't smoke, I always eat like unprocessed food. I eat meat though, but that's what I love. Just try to live as healthy as possible. It's gonna be like electrifying. I'm gonna be busy and it's gonna be, oh man, I can't wait. To be honest, like, yeah, I'm really excited for it. So my prediction for the fight, I'm gonna work the takedown, I'm gonna go for the submission, yeah, I'm gonna pull it off. Oh yeah, I'm definitely ready to get like a slugfest or whatever, man. Yeah, it's gonna be a good fight. I'm gonna make him tap. Yeah. They always ask me if I want to say something about my opponent, but like I never want to be disrespectful. I want us to go in there, you just stay healthy, we're gonna beat each other up, we're gonna work our asses off in there and just give the people what they want, like a good show and a good fight. So I wish him all the best in his preparation and let's get it on, my friend.
My name is Jowett from Rotterdam, fighting in the middleweight division, coming to you live. LFL 22 was going to be huge. I'm happy to be on that card. Good fights, a lot of bangers, including myself. So yeah, it's going to be a good night. I'm fighting Edson Jr. Guys, you don't want to miss this. I got a knockout power, and if you give me the chance, yeah, you're gonna go to sleep, man. What inspired me to go back in fighting, there's nothing like it, man. I miss the fighting. The fire was still burning in me, so I'm happy to be back. I'm working with guys with a lot of passion. We are still hungry. You don't know if it's gonna pay off in the end, but you still keep grinding, and that's, in my eyes, what the sport's all about. What I know about my opponent is he's a veteran of the sport. He has a lot of experience. Yeah, I'm coming up, and he's, I guess, a big guy for the division. So it's going to be exciting. It's like speed versus power. I think I'm faster, and that will be the deciding factor. LFL 22 in Antwerp, 11 April. It's going to be a banger. Oos!
Only for Champions was created for one reason: to guide the next generation of fighters and build real, lasting careers. Structure, surroundings, and strategy matter. We don't just manage athletes, we build futures at OFC. But even the most prepared fighter needs a stage. Levels Fight League, home of Dutch MMA. Built by fighters, for the fighters. A battleground where prospects don't just compete, they evolve, they grow, they become. Today, we are proud to announce Only for Champions as an official partner of Levels Fight League. Together, we are ready to shape the next era of Dutch MMA. There are levels to this game, and this is the next one.
Welcome back to LFL 22. We're about to hit our fifth fight, and my God, what a cacophony of violence we've seen unfold before ourselves this evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we were talking about overusing phrases. There's levels to this, you know, is kind of one of the catchphrases of the show, but you look at what level of skill people are coming into this cage in their first pro fight with. It's pretty nuts.
No, it's unreal, and we talk about it all the time, and I compare it to when I started, and you'd probably do the same thing, Robin, and this sport keeps evolving, the way they scramble, wrestle nowadays. These kids pick that up right away at age 17, 18, 19, and then they develop that and get better with it, and it's a scary thing to watch, man, but also really beautiful.
Bring on some more.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next fight of the evening, which will be held at 65 kilograms for 3 5-minute rounds. I'd like to start by calling the woman fighting out of the blue corner into the octagon, Lavinia Aronson.
Lavinia Aronson is one of these kind of Dutch products of the kickboxing culture in that country. You know, she began kickboxing at 24 years old after being inspired at fighting at the Vos gym, then transitioned to MMA during COVID. And has just been moving through this world. Silver medalist at the Muay Thai World Championships. And yeah, she just found a home in kickboxing, Muay Thai, and this combat sports. A story, I think, that it's a common thread amongst lots of fighters.
Yeah, Stefan alluded to it earlier tonight with Yusri Belgarui and others. And it's a common thread at levels because of the Dutch kickboxing, the strength of the Dutch kickboxing, and so many Dutch kickboxers have come over. We're going to see it tonight as well with Tiana Bastati, and Bulaid as well.
Right, yes, sir. And Lavinia Aronson's got a legend in her corner with Ivan Hippolyt, one of the best to ever do it. Not only fighting, but coaching. Always a pleasure watching coaches, fighters. So definitely interesting to see how she's gonna, approach this fight with Nora Osterhoff, who loves to grapple. And we expect Lavinia Aronson to try and avoid that and throw bombs.
Look at the when you get the camera pans back, take a look at the arms on this athlete. The length of the arms, the length of the upper arm. I mean, this human was built to throw punches at other humans. Yeah, this is a cool fight on a night so far of very cool fights.
Aronson looking relaxed, excited, ready to go.
And introducing next her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Noor Osterhoff.
So Noor Osterhoff is one of the rising stars of Dutch MMA. 21 years old. This is her third professional fight. Began judo at 5, currently a BJJ purple belt. Began MMA at 16. Dutch Youth Muay Thai champion, European BJJ champion, World BJJ champion, free amateur fights, free wins. Yeah, that is an unbelievable resume already. Her last fight was on LFL 20 in our open air stadium in Utrecht. Incredible fight, but against a cagey veteran as Sobek. It was a real brutal war. So yeah, Osterhoff has taken a little bit of time off after that, understandably, because at 21 years old, time is on your side and recovering. Oh, look at that, Stefan. You need to speak to Osterhoff after this and find
Good for her.
From.
Yeah, I forgot that she likes to walk out in the clogs.
Yeah, respect.
Typical Dutch attire, of course.
Respect. Yeah, this young...
Walking out on clocks to Godsmack, though, there's not a lot of people who've done that.
Yeah, well, she's... you got to be one of one. It's the way to be as an athlete and as a performer, is be who you are. And who this young woman is, and you alluded to it in that fight, she can take it, too. It's one thing to be the hammer. Everybody can be the hammer. You're on top, you're doing your thing, you're hurting somebody else. It is not psychologically that hard. Not nearly as hard as it is to be the nail, to take it, to suffer, to manage the suffering and put yourself in a position to win. And she's proven she can do that. Man, we got a cool looking fight here.
And there's some good, we talked about the figures in the corner of Aronson. There's Joey Birkenbosch in the corner of Osterhoff. Anyway, Osterhoff, 11 years the junior of Aronson, and she also has a slight height advantage, and the reach of both women is the same.
And introducing first the woman fighting out of the blue corner. She is 32 years old. She stands at 172 centimeters tall, hailing from the Netherlands, representing Vos Gym Amsterdam and Fight IQ, Lavinia Introducing next her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She is 21 years old. She stands at 176 centimeters tall. She has a professional record of 1 win, 1 loss. Hailing from the Netherlands, representing Budo Academy Physical, Noor Osterhoff. And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Stefan de Monti.
Noor Osterhoff has a mean look on her face. This woman is ready to do some violence, I feel.
So if we were lazy, we would just say this is a stylistic matchup, striker versus grappler, right? Truth is, you don't grapple without punching your way in. And Noor Osterhoff is going to have to strike her way in, and she throws a jab out to let us know that's what she's going to do.
Powerful jab there by Aronson.
Yeah, those long, as we said in the tail of the tape, Osterhoff taller than Aronson, but they both have the same reach advantage. And as Robin pointed out, Aronson's arms are long and sinewy.
Yep. Osterhoff does not want to be trading too much with Aronson. She's out she lets her, her guard down a little bit when Aronson throws her strikes. She's out to be hit a little too much.
She just wants to essentially establish the truth that she will fight and then change that truth.
Yep.
So you want Aronson to know, to respect and respond appropriately to these punches long enough. There's some fake kicks too, long enough that she can get inside and get a body lock or collect a thigh.
So then there's the issue you just mentioned before the fight, Robin, the long arms of Aronson. So Osterhoff is going to have to travel a lot of distance to get a hold of her.
And that right from Aronson has found the home plate a couple of times now already.
She's looking powerful.
Yeah.
Look at her shoulders.
Watch where she is. Watch
there
where
it is again, that right over the top. There it is again.
Watch where her front foot is, too. Like, her positioning is really smart. She's maintaining the space between their front feet, which is the key. There, she's a little closer. This is when those front feet get closer to each other is when Noor is one step away from collecting part of her body, attaching to her.
So far, the low kicks that Aronson has thrown has gone. She's gone through the thigh instead of the calf, which is a really good weapon when you're the longer fighter with a bigger reach, because the calf is most of the time the closest target to you. Take down the 10 by Noor also, but good defense by Aronson.
It was Aronson that kind of attached when she fell in through the punches. She punched her way in, but kind of by accident. And she ends up getting a partial takedown, gets back up, and then separates. Those are two big wins for Aronson.
Yep.
If I was Aronson's corner, don't clinch, just keep doing this 1-2.
Yeah, and it's where your feet are, right? That's where your feet are is where it starts. We're going to see Gina Carano fight Ronda Rousey in 5 weeks. And it's the same kind of dynamic. You're fighting somebody who, if she gets you down, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So you need to keep the gap open between you.
Oh, swanging and banging between these two women now.
Big left up there by Aronson.
Oh, another big right from Osterhoff.
Yeah, Nora's slugging.
This is with a big right hand there.
A little off balance after the right fastball.
Yeah, she has to make this a dog fight because Aronson is the clean striker. She doesn't want to play this game with Aronson, but getting close and a nice calf kick there by Aronson.
A couple of times Nora has thrown the right hand and stepped through to southpaw. That might be a way to shoot deep after, right? She's going to step through a few times and get her to not expect that it's followed up with a shot, a double leg shot.
Nice jab there by Aronson.
There. See, now there it is, and that's what it is. It was a little camouflage for entry. Didn't fully work.
There's the level change, but oh, look at that. Good sprawl and good defense by Osterhoff.
Osterhoff is getting her share in these. Considering she's fighting such a skilled kickboxer, she is getting her shots through.
She has dealt with difficult situations in the past, and she always grows in her fights.
Yeah, you're right.
Osterhoff has the single leg.
Yeah, you are right, Steph. She has...
Look at that single
takedown.
She gets better minute to minute, and we're seeing that here in the last minute.
Okay, not a good situation for Aronson here.
30 on the clock.
That's enough time. 3-4 more punches, and then you got to fish.
I like what Aronson's doing, grabbing a hold of the wrist and keeping a hold of it.
So she's getting hit with the free arm, and now the big elbow.
Doing a lot of damage in the 30 seconds.
Some smart fighting from both fighters. Aronson controlling one arm, so Noor using the other to bludgeon.
Very interesting fight.
The controlling of the one arm is preventing you from getting choked out. But what it's doing is committing both of your hands to that mission and leaving your face open to be struck with the other hand. Noor stood and slugged.
Yeah, as you gentlemen were saying, Noor really came into that in the latter parts of the round.
She's like Yuri Prohaska, someone who's fighting tonight. She gets better with adversity. If you don't put her out, every single time you hit her, she gets angrier, she gets crazier, and she's looking, to take you down. And try and destroy you even more.
I'm a big fan of this 21-and-a-half-year-old here, based on the fights that we've seen from her in that minute. You know, when you're 21, if you have the ability to keep progressing and you have the raw material psychologically that she has as well as physically, you know, at 26 we see this person fighting for a world title. Like, you know,
plus she walks out the Godsmack on clogs. So
yeah, you got
that's the perfect way to describe her fighting style.
Yeah, yeah.
Flogged Godsmack.
Oh, clogged there.
That's Osterhoff.
Big right hand. There's the power.
Down. 3 right hands got through, and there was a 4th.
Aronson clinched up. Looks like she's got her feet underneath for a little bit more, but Osterhoff still coming on strong.
She very well may still be hurt here, though.
Yeah.
Hard to tell from there. Look at that takedown. And Osterhoff on top. Look at this.
This is not going to go to a 3rd round. Come on. You've got somebody that's been hurt on the feet and then taken down by somebody with a ground dominance. Like, you've got a hard mission to survive these 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Really hard.
Osterhoff looking to isolate the lower right arm of Aronson. Some big shots.
Arm is stuck. Hammer fist by Osterhoff.
That's a great mount, too. A great work to escape, but Osterhoff still really understanding the surfing of the mount.
And Aronson just holding on for dear life now, probably just trying to get some breath back in her.
Got her feet under now.
Trying to go to her side, but I want to see more of that. That's the way to get out of here. Hip escape.
The surf to that hip escape is just so easy, so naturally done. And the kick out is getting lower and lower each time. Still 3.5 minutes. Osterhoff is in better shape than she started the round, and Aronson much worse shape.
I like what she's doing with throwing her hips to the side, but at the same time she was keeping a hold of Osterhoff her back. So you're not really doing anything. You're just spending energy. You want to keep your arms close, create a frame, and then do the hip escape and get to your side.
And 2 hands on 1 hip. If you get 2 hands to 1 hip during that side movement, you can get in there. But she's going to get more fatigued now.
With the way she's doing it, when she's throwing her hips to the side, even just an elbow to your opponent's hips, and then do that and try to buckle her over, works a lot of times.
But now she's up higher, right? Noura's even higher into the armpits now. It's even harder to get out. Look at the left foot is under the body now. Let's see. That left foot under the body, it's really, really hard to get her out of there.
But again, then with the left arm, Aronson is, around Osterhoff her back. When you are laying on your opponent's leg like this, and then you use your left elbow to her hip and you roll to your right, you can easily get her over.
Yes. It's just psychologically difficult because your first instinct is pull her close.
This is getting close, guys.
Yeah.
Referee is having a look.
There's no way you let her take 2 more minutes in this. That's got to be it.
Stoppage coming here.
That's enough.
Oh, going for the armbar. Good job staying on top. You don't want to lose that position.
That's enough to keep the round going, though.
Aronson showing
heavy hammer fist.
Big shots coming in.
This is it.
Oh, she's not defending. Ref's going to
call
step
it.
in.
Come on, you can call it.
Aronson is showing unbelievable fire here.
Inspiring heart, but she doesn't need to take this damage. Now you can stop it. Or Nora's going to have to take the choke.
Flatten her out.
Still
keeps throwing. She doesn't want that choke, Robin.
Yeah, and she also doesn't. That's enough.
What a performance from Osterhoff. The turning point coming at the end of round 1 with a single leg where she just laid some damage on Aronson and picked up right where she left off in the 2nd round, scoring the takedown after a huge shot on Aronson. And Osterhoff, after a real brutal display of ground and pound, is the victor.
Aronson, man, not only tough, but unwilling to give it up. Like, she kept fighting to stay in that fight.
Yeah, she's got some work to do when she's on her back. She did some good things, but then she combined the good things with bad things, and that's why she stayed on her back. And Osterhoff didn't want the submission. She wanted to finish with strikes, and she got it.
Yes, she sure did. She got it with an entire tasting menu on top.
She was going to stay here. We said it when there was 4 minutes left in the round. You got somebody who's got a good-looking mount on the night, understanding the timing of the surf against the buck, and somebody on the bottom who's getting progressively more and more fatigued. Like, this was just an inevitability, and she just stayed with it.
We have a winner by way of TKO. Fighting out of the red corner, Osterhoff.
Osterhoff. How are you? Nor Osterhoff. Another sick fight. You took a little bit of time off since last time. What have you been working on?
I have working a lot. I only do the sport now because I'm now new management of say. Thankful because that's he make possible, and I don't have need a job anymore. So I can a lot of train with these great guys, and that's great.
That was a wonderful, smart, psychologically strong performance. You understand, at 21 years old, being a full-time fighter, if you keep getting better, you can be world champion one day, yes?
That is what I want. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. That was a wonderful fight. You're a fantastic young fighter. You're going to keep getting better. Thank anybody you like.
Everyone, thank you, everyone. My coaches, my teammates, everyone, my family, all the people is going to the best from the Ermelo, my village. Great.
Your winner, Nor Osterhoff.
Fantastic performance there from Osterhoff. Aronson was an incredibly game opponent, but yeah, once Osterhoff got that takedown, she didn't give up from there. She was like a dog chasing after a truck. Once you got a taste of that bumper, that was it.
When she gets a taste of a couple jabs to her face, she gets meaner, she gets angrier, and she gets going. And that's exactly what happened again tonight. Beautiful finish by Osterhoff, and still very young. Yeah, the sky's the limit. The future's bright.
Indeed, the sky is the limit. So let's head over to our sick fight of the evening.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next fight of the evening. This time, a catchweight bout held at 74 kilograms for 3 5-minute rounds. Let's start by introducing the man fighting out of the blue corner into the octagon, Elbek Elbuz Dukayv.
Elbuz Dukayv, a Russian fighter coming out of Dusseldorf, 26 years old. There's a man who credits his grandfather and father for introducing him to martial arts. He has some boxing experience, has some sambo background, and then effectively moved into MMA. And there's something uniquely terrifying about someone whose grandparents introduced them to combat sports, Robin.
Yeah, I was in Russia a couple of weeks ago, and when you go into a sporting goods store in Canada, there's hockey sticks at the front. When you go into a sporting goods store in America, there's baseball bats at the front. When you go in Russia, it's just geese and boxing gloves. That is what they do. And Sambo in particular, which he did for 5 years, combat Sambo is basically MMA, wearing, I don't know if you guys at home have seen it, but instead of gi pants, you got tight shorts or shorts.
Fancy shorts.
And you got the gi jacket. Why is that the case? Well, because it's great for choking people, right? So they say if you're going to rip my leg off, you're going to have to do it clutching the leg. But if you're going to choke my neck, use my coat to choke me unconscious. Full striking. Sambo is a phenomenal combat sport. Natural progression in MMA.
Dude, this kid looks like a tank.
He looks good coming off the bus. My God.
And he's got a really game opponent who we've seen multiple times now at LFL. But when you have his background with his physique,
yeah,
I'm definitely looking forward to this fight.
Yeah, physique isn't everything, but it is something. And this fella does have, Dukayv does have one hell of a physique.
They sometimes people will say, it's not a bodybuilding contest, right? Well, if it was, number one, he would be doing well. Number two, it is a reflection of the work you did, right? So it's not irrelevant. It is a reflection of the work that you do. And this guy does work.
Yeah, this guy's got a full-time job.
And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Wouter van Busel.
Wouter van Busel is a really promising up-and-coming Dutch fighter and is part of the LFL New Talent Pathway. If you missed it beforehand, we not only have the LFL main show, we also have an amateur series that sits underneath the entire thing, which provides a funnel of up-and-coming talent. Not only does it help young Dutch fighters get experience, it also provides this great proving ground that they're ready to move up to the pros. And Wouter van Busel is one of the fighters that's risen out of that talent pathway. And yeah, he has been, 23 years old only. He's on 2 pro wins after a glittering amateur career. And yeah, he's easily facing his biggest tough today, Robert.
Big time. And, when we talk about these really, really super competitive matchups that these young men and women are facing, it's partly because that's just who you got to fight if you're going to get to fight at all on a show like this. But it's also partly by design. By the time Wouter van Busel is, 6 fights into it, if he won 5 of them and lost 1 against 6 really tough people, that's a lot further along than 6-0 against no test, right? So it's part of the progression of becoming truly great. We said it to Noor, you could be a world champion. Why could a 21-year-old be possibly a world champion? Because she's fighting such tough fights already. And Van Busel's been doing the same thing.
Here we can have a quick look at the tail of the tape. Van Busel has a 3 centimeter height advantage and a 2 centimeter reach advantage. But both men reasonably similar builds.
And introducing first the man fighting out of the blue corner. He is 26 years old. He stands at 182 centimeters tall. Hailing from Russia, representing MF Gym Dusseldorf, Elbek And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 23 years old. He stands at 185 centimeters tall. He has a perfect professional record of 2 wins, 0 losses. Hailing from the Netherlands, representing Sport Vision Honey Badgers, Wouter Van Busel. And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Daniel Sharifi.
Always love it when we get to hear some of Tobias's operatic vibrato.
Yeah, who is an opera singer for a ring announcer? We do.
We do.
Let's go.
Here we go. Elbows to Kiev. This is Van Busel.
There's the power. He had a rough start in his last fight. And a fantastic start in the fight before that. Here's the level change right away by Dukayv. Dukayv.
Dukayv.
They're really testing it with the names tonight, guys.
Hey, MMA's international sport.
Yeah. Very much.
Dukayv.
Look at the takedown defense by Van Busel so far, though.
And now he's down, so the job is just not accept it. And he doesn't. He's back up.
Almost landed on his head. Power from Dukayv.
And Van Busel will have known who he's fighting here, will have done the training, but often very different from what you can experience in sparring to the real deal.
There's a lot of sort of just your decision-making aspects of it. Getting taken down is okay if you get back up. Getting taken down again, it's okay if you get back up. But eventually you've got to disengage, right?
I'm going to call him Elbeck. Elbeck lifted him, and I like the way Van Busel stopped that takedown. He hooked the leg of his opponent, who was lifting him up, and he was about to slam him down. But because he hooked the leg, he was not able to get him up. Nice short elbow there.
Yeah, Van Busel, what that tells you is he's not so worried about the takedown that all of his psychological resources are assigned to it. He's free to think about striking, too.
Okay, Daniel Sharifi giving a warning second time to Elbows Dukayv for holding onto the cage. So I think if he does it one more time, that will be...
Oh, there's the left hand and the knee. Oh, almost landed that knee, but Elbeck got the takedown.
So Van Busel, whether he made the decision to throw that knee before the takedown began or it was in response to him seeing the takedown happen is unknown, but it was a close chance for both of them. Dukayv knifes through while Van Busel is trying to set up some type of triangle or other threat.
Van Busel landed a couple really good low kicks so far, but I saw there was some space to go high with his left leg. So whenever he gets back to his feet, watch his left high kick.
The straight left hand is what dropped Elbeck. Now he's going to elbow here. This kid is thinking offensively. And again, what that says is not just, it's what he's not doing, which is panicking or obsessing about defense, right? He's able to think offensively even while assigning defensive systems to what's coming at him.
Trying to look for an opening here. Maybe you want to try and go to deep half guard, set up a sweep, maybe a butterfly sweep here.
I mean, if you saw some nice sweeps earlier, you're watching in the back, you're like, maybe I'm going to do some sweeping tonight. Yep. And he is trying to elevate for some type of destabilization here.
Yeah, really good balance so far by Elbeck, though.
Yeah, you can see that kind of sambo wrestling background.
There's an attack of the heel. He will attack this heel now. Yeah, he's got something. He's got something.
Look at the knee.
And the position.
He's almost swept from the position as well. Oh.
So look at the position of the knee. If that knee is pointing towards... well,
who's on top of this?
Yeah, it's a 50-50, true 50-50 here.
Going back to that ankle.
Yeah, it's got to go back to it, yeah. So it's the butt of the ankle that's used to create tension on the small, soft tissue around the knee.
I'm always, afraid when they go for submissions like that. Some of these guys, they don't tap.
Oh, I know.
They do not tap.
And you're a kid and you think...
Oh, there's the heel hook again.
So look at the position of the knee here. If it's pointing towards the ground, but the elbow is towards the sky, it's...
He's looking very comfortable here. He doesn't care that he's going for his heel.
He doesn't care that his...
For a back take.
Ligaments could be shredded at any moment.
What happens when you throw headbutts in a gi?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You're not phased by a lot of things anymore.
The thing about it is...
Tavares drops down to very small thing.
Heel hook?
The ligaments around the knee are small little elastic bands. It doesn't seem like much, but when you can't walk for 6 months, you can't train for 6 months. And when you can't train for 6 months, your progression changes, right?
Some of these guys have evolved knees, though. They don't care.
That's right.
You see them pulling on heel hooks and ankle locks, and you see knees bending sideways and whatever. And I'm like, dude, I would have tapped 10 times by now.
So a struggle in every position here. Even when one man is on top of the other or one man has a moment of control, every position is a struggle here because they're both really, really good and they're both really, really committed.
I'd love to know how the referees think about that because Van Busel was so aggressive on the bottom that, in terms of yeah, in terms of the actual like technicality of it.
That straight left hand got through a couple of times. Yeah, you know, that's a really good question. A lot of the attacks of the legs, the damage that we saw in the replay for Van Busel, a lot of judges would see it for him. But
you could also make an argument
yeah.
the top position, the dominant
Dukayv was on top, he did damage. Yep.
When you are Wouter van Busel or his corner, you don't know how they're looking at it, though. That's the thing. There's always different judges, and even, you know, the same judge will judge around different.
If you've got to assume you're 1-0 down.
Yeah.
Oh, both men.
If Van Busel, you're his coach, and he asks you,
oh, look at
did
that
I
body
win
lock.
that round or lose that round? You say, it's irrelevant, you're winning this round either way.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't matter what just happened. What matters is from this moment forward, we're winning at each position.
The only thing you can say, it was close, I don't know. And you got to win the next one.
Yep. Interesting, the referee warned Elbrus Dukayv about the cage again, despite giving a warning earlier, and still didn't dock a point.
So look at the position of the head. The head is, now it's free. But when Van Busel puts the head down below the cup, the curvature of the back of the head against the cup, for lack of another way to put it, he bends the spine so he can't be taken down. So Elbrus Dukayv freed his head and took him down.
Busel wants to go back and use the fence to get back up to his feet. Good job here. Get his knees under him. Spins around, gives away his back, but that's the way to get up.
There's 100 different tests for both of these guys, but one that's going to matter if we're still in this fight 4 or 5 minutes from now and somewhere in round 3 is how does Van Busel handle getting a little tired? Because this is work.
Big elbow in the right hand. Oh, something happened with his jaw.
He's caught it.
Oh, man.
Van Busel potentially just broke Elbrus Dukayev's jaw.
You know it.
A gorgeous
really
elbow.
clean.
Yeah, you know it.
You sound very excited, Callum.
Yeah.
That was sick. Look at it.
Yeah, it was sick.
The short little twisting elbow into it.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
There are 0 doctors at this table, and we do not have an X-ray. But I would say when you say potentially broke his jaw, no, he broke his jaw because you can feel it. You can feel that, right?
He knew. Something happened.
Yeah, you feel the break, right? And it is a grotesque feeling. Right at the butt of the jaw. Yeah. And it can break on the far side, too, when you get hit like this. Bing.
So usually what happens when you break your jaw, you break it on 2 places.
Yes, that's right. And you feel clicking.
Yep.
You feel a clicking inside of it, and that's what he felt. Sick.
It's one of my favorite things you see in MMA where you just have the
Callum,
you need therapy.
This is. Do we have a backup for Callum today? This is going very wrong.
You need some therapy, sir. Oh, you mean the elbow? Not the irreparable damage to the human biology.
That's just a side effect of the thing I like.
That is a consequence. That is a consequence. But yeah, I mean, we saw him do that throughout. Van Busel was in positions where he had to defend, and while defending, he was always thinking about attacking. And you hear this from many coaches. I've heard it often from Coach Firas Zahabi, where he will be saying to his fighter, attack and defend when they are defending, because you want to be capable of doing both, and you should be capable of doing both, and clearly Van Busel is capable of doing both.
When you're defending and there's no worry for your opponent to be had about attacks coming his way, of course it's very very good to be on someone's back or whatever dominant position, right?
Yeah, well, that's one of the things they always teach you in BJJ concept-wise, like, don't give up positions. Don't give up a position, keep fighting, don't just accept your inside control, try and get out of it. And Van Busel kind of embodied that in this fight. Any situation he was in, he always acted aggressively. So let's go.
He's so smooth, he doesn't use power, just quickness and smoothness is beautiful to watch.
Lovely sight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Due to forfeiture, your man, your winner, fighting out of the red corner, Wouter Voetru van Busel.
Wouter van Busel, you broke that dude's jaw.
Sorry. I don't know. Sorry, I gotta sink it in, but it didn't feel like really much happened, and he just, all respect to him, apparently his jaw broke, but I don't know, I gotta watch it back, I guess. But.
You hit him with your elbow on the edge of his jaw, and you broke his jaw. That's what happened.
It's a Robin Black breakdown, huh? Robin Black
Bink, yes. So, you are able, while you are defending, you did it many times in that fight. While you are defending, you're still thinking about striking. That's what you did.
Honestly, I just want to get this shit over as fast as I can. So any place I can land something hard, I want to land it. But it was just holding me there, so I said, fuck it, just some elbows, then escape. But yeah, I guess it worked.
Yes, it did work. It was a wonderful knockout, a wonderful finisher, and now 3-0 as a professional fighter.
Good though. That sounds very good.
It does. Will we see you here again? And how soon do you want to try to fight for this title?
Yeah, it depends on which title do you mean. Which title do you mean? Because, yeah, hey.
Yeah, you can say it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I think you're talking about the lightweight belt, but I'm way too fat for lightweight now. So I'm not going back to lightweight. We're thinking of going welterweight. Well, that's the only other option, really. Maybe heavyweight. But, yeah, welterweight strap seems fun to me. But honestly, I just do this shit for the love of the fighting, man. Belt is cool and all, but I just want to fight as much as I can. So I think June we have another card. Put me on June, whatever the fuck it is. Just let me fight, man. I love to do it. Belt or no belt. Give me some violence, and I'll give you some violence back, guys.
Yes, it sure seems like you enjoy fighting, and we love watching you fight. Your winner, Wouter van Busel.
Terrific performance. Here we go, the finish. Again, spinning out of a nice little elbow there, Van Busel. Then on the separation, a real short kind of baseball bat spin with that elbow.
He creates space going backward with that right hand as well. He lands the elbow, then he goes backward, and he's ready to throw again. He's so smooth, and he does so well with his footwork and his distance management. It's a lot of fun to watch him progress.
You know, guys, a lot of guys will say to me, I'll fight anybody, I just love fighting, and I don't always believe them. I do believe that kid.
Yeah.
Incredible work. Well, we've got a lot more to go, so let's find out what's coming up next.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next fight of the evening, which will be a welterweight bout for 3 5-minute rounds. Let's start by introducing the man fighting out of the blue corner into the octagon. Islam Gaidaro.
From a Russian to a Dagestani, Gaidarov is in the house. He fought last on LFL 21 to David Caso-Moldez via a submission, but was a very game opponent. And yeah, Caso-Moldez is one of the biggest upcoming stars we have, so that's no shade at all to Gaidarov. He showed a lot in that fight. And
short notice as well.
Yeah.
So he's a different kind of Dagestani because he's got really good boxing, really sharp hands. You do not want to box with this kid. And Billy Bakker's probably going to look for the takedown, especially with, in the back of his head what DCM, David Caso-Moldez, did to him the last time. But excited to see him back, and he throws with heat. He always comes to fight.
When you are a young kid, you get a call, or the coach, or manager, parent, whatever, training partner, whoever handles the call, and they say, we need you to fight David Caso-Moldez on 6 or 7 days notice. You say, our guy will do it, but I want to fight on the next card. We want to fight on the next card against somebody with a similar record, and this is that fight. And now you get to see what he can really do.
And he's got some bare knuckle boxing experience as well, which is scary thing.
He's got a couple of brutal knockouts on his record. He's got a lot of power.
I get to call quite a lot of bare knuckle boxing. I called Hype Brazil just a week ago, and there once when we were fighting, Stefan, and when you were fighting at the highest level, you would tell somebody you did MMA and they thought you were crazy. Now you tell MMA fighters who are a little more crazy, they want to try bare knuckle. It's that one step just a little more primal.
Yeah, I was good not doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Mike Perrys of the world, the ones who don't mind their faces, not looking at their faces so much anymore.
And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Billy Barker.
So this will be a strange experience for Billy Backers because for the first time in a while, he's not fighting Marco Botswana. It's he had a wonderful series with Marco Botswana at LFL 21 and LFL 20, I believe, where the first fight ended up in a no contest due to a grounded strike, and they came back in an absolute fireworks slugfest back to back in LFL 21, in which Botswana won. Backers won. So here he is, coming off that with a very different opponent, a 23-year-old compared to his 37. It's really youth versus experience in a lovely little nutshell.
Yeah, and that 21-year-old is just going to be chucking knuckles at you. So, and Backers will be more than happy to oblige him for a bit, but he wants to get in and get a hold of him and flatten this Dagestani out.
Yeah, from what I saw in his fight against David, he knows how to throw powerful.
Yeah.
You know how to wind up his shots and time his shots very well. That's why he got those knockouts. And yeah, he's going to want to show that tonight with more time to prepare, more time to train for this fight. So looking forward to seeing him back after that first fight at LFL.
Rigo, I've already mentioned the age difference. Backers 14 years the senior, while there is a reach and height advantage for Gerov, but reasonably minimal.
And introducing first, the man fighting out of the blue corner. This man is 23 years old. He stands at 182 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 1 win, 1 loss. Hailing from Dagestan, representing KKS Sparta, Islam Gaidaro. And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 37 years old. He stands at 180 centimeters tall. Hailing from the Netherlands, representing Ruthless Fight Company, Billy Backers. And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Axel Vakumena.
Here we go, fight 7 of LFL 22.
Backers switches to southpaw soon as he touches gloves. And uses the rear leg as his primary weapon for the first couple shots.
Kicks are always a good weapon to attack a boxer, of course. Good calf kick there by Gerov.
And returned by Backers.
Already Gaidarov's hands looking busy and quick.
Yeah, as Stefan pointed out, if you use the feet and you use them right and you position yourself right, you can hit with your feet and not get returns with his knuckles. Ooh, but he's getting close.
Just stank on
A
that.
lot of power in that right hand.
Just throws the punch and then weaves under in case of a return.
He's got smooth footwork as well, so I like what Bacchus is doing with the calf kicks.
Great
up and down. Just the way he throws his right hand, you can see he knows what he's doing with it.
You know, if he can time it on Backers' kick.
Some cute little kick there.
Backers is in trouble.
Big shots.
Backers got up and stood stationary for a moment.
Gaidarov looks to have a speed advantage at the minute and is using it.
He's a very, very good boxer.
Yes, he is.
The Bacchus, this is what he wants. Oh, look at that reversal, though, man. Beautiful timing.
Just a backdoor timing, you're right, Stefan. It's as much a when you do it as what you do there.
He knew the takedown was coming. He felt it was going to go to his back, so he used the power and the momentum that Bacchus gave him, ended up on top. Already a lot of good evolution in his game since his last fight.
Ref looking for action from the pair.
Yeah, Gerov doesn't necessarily... His priority here is don't get reversed, right? And which is why he's moving slowly here. He's staying low, chest low, head low, because he wants to test this. Is it safe here to throw a punch or an elbow?
Bacchus also has a lockdown on his legs.
Yes.
So
it's not extended. If Bacchus, if he wants to work with, he'll straighten those legs out. Now it's gone.
And there's a cut on under the left eye of Bacchus as well.
Bacchus is just hacking away at the Achilles and the calf. Yeah, they do.
They don't look like much, but they are.
And what they do is they make you move. And so the response, Gadarov's response is, I'll hit you, but any movement can open up the chance for a reversal here for Bacchus.
Yeah, Gaidarov doesn't want to be here.
No, but you know what? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, nothing lost. Right back up to where he wants to be anyway. So it all worked out okay if you're Gaidarov.
Oh, nice right in response.
That one hurt. You can see the bruising on his lower leg already.
The counter to the right kick is the right hand, right? And that counter, yes, the kick can reach my calf easier than my knuckles can reach your chin, but with a slight adjustment, you can get knuckles to chin to interrupt the calf kick. Calf kick ain't free. People believe it's free, but it ain't free.
Oh, there goes the mouthpiece of Bacchus. Oh, that's nice of Gaidarov.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
We don't want another broken jaw.
No. He was either being nice or he was taking a moment for himself.
That calf is hurting.
Yes.
You can see by the way he's reacting.
Yeah, the threat alone made him change.
Yeah. And that's a big thing to have for Bacchus in this fight with the amount of power his opponent has. When his calf is already...
If he put a left hook behind that might have been the night.
He said Gaidarov is timing that calf kick.
The way he throws the uppercut is
that ain't the
an
calf.
uppercut and a hook. No, it's the other calf.
Yeah.
The third leg.
That ain't the calf, that's the cow. Everybody gets a break here. I know the man who just got kicked in the beans doesn't enjoy the break the same, but it's still a break for the body and the mind here while he recovers. And he can milk it. He can take that, and once he feels okay, and he feels like he could continue, you can take another 20, 30 seconds and center your brain, right? None of us are going to judge you for it. Everyone would do the same.
Massage your calf a little bit, get it loose.
Whatever else you can gain from this.
The camera there just zoomed in. You can see a little of the damage, just the discoloration of that left calf.
He just looked at me and he's like, I got this.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Struve, I got this. I'm going to get back.
Mr. Struve, I've got this. Sir.
I've seen you take a couple shots like that from Ben Rothwell. You got back up.
Yeah.
I'll get back up.
Jeez, do you remember the feeling when Ben Rothwell got you in the nuts?
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah. I'm going to text Ben after and ask him about it. And answer on the calf kick immediately. It's a really fascinating dynamic of this fight because Bacchus has closed the distance and got a little bit of positioning going, but really this fight may have to just take place in this gap. The first minute of 90 seconds of round one will be Bacchus' best chance for a takedown, and other than that, we're going to have a kickboxing fight, I think.
All right, end of round one.
Intriguing first round there. Both men damaging the other.
Steph, if you're Bacchus guys, you want him on top, right? I mean, we'd like to be on top in this situation, but how you get there is the big question here. Because last time he tried, he ended up on the bottom, if you recall.
Yeah, he was a little too happy with his takedown. He was already enjoying top position, and then he was on the bottom because of a beautiful reversal by Gerov.
There's Gerov saying, your mouthpiece came off. You better put this back in before we get back to work. Thoughtful, very thoughtful.
Because we really don't want another broken jaw, right, Callum? We really don't.
Callum does.
No, we don't.
This is the court of law.
Yeah, Callum would love more broken jaws. Sick. Not good.
We've done 15 events with him or something like that, Robin.
And this is the first we know about this gruesome predilection of his.
I have some questions.
Yes.
Oh, nice 1-2 through the middle.
Yeah.
Another one.
Brutal from Gerov.
So left hook, low kick.
And Bacchus says, bring it.
Yeah, and Bacchus is bringing it in.
Swing it.
Brawl, there's a shoot that Robert's been talking about.
Yeah, to me, it was the first 90 seconds. Like, we want to get him down in the first 90 or we won't be doing it, right? Just based on what we've seen so far. Now, if you're Gerov, you want to either take that head too late, but you either want to take it all the way down or all the way up.
Lovely work joining the hands to get that takedown from Bacchus.
Yeah, Gerov had a lot of issues against David to get off of his back, and the fights before that too, because I studied him for David Casal-Moles, of course. So I want to see what he's been working on. I want to see him get to his knees, to turn his hips around, get back up to his feet.
Billy's making great choices here because when you've got somebody who... What will he have been working on? A lot of different things, but will it be escaping the low mount, which is what this is. By the time you get onto the knees here, it's a low mount with a grip on the lower back. Less familiar than some of the things he will have been improving, right? It's smart choices by backers here.
From what I see so far, he's afraid to give his back. And when you want to get back up to your feet against the fence, you got to give your back away. And it's better to give your back away than to, stay on your back and eat punches, eat elbows. It's a scary progress you have to go through, but you have to go through it. You have to do it in the gym. You have to do it time and time again. Guys put you in that position. You have to go to your knees, turn your hips around, give your back, and do it 1,000 times.
And you'll take one on the way.
Yeah, you'll take one on the way.
One's better than 9 or 12 or
exactly.
30.
And in the beginning, you'll get choked out all the time, right? Every single time you give your back away, there's small little movements you need to implement to not give that choke away. But the only way you learn it is by getting choked, by doing that.
Life is like this, Stefan Struve. You've got to go through difficult times to come out the other side, right?
Yep.
This is true in fighting. This is true in parenting and...
But look what he's doing. Now he's got a lockdown on the legs of Billy Bacchus, but the only thing he is doing is keeping himself on his back, keeping himself in the position to be punched, to be elbowed. We do not want to see that.
Yeah, every attachment choice of his is a commitment to staying on his back, and he wants the opposite. Also, his feet are no longer on the ground, right? Feet are neither on ground or hip, and you've got to be attached to something to get up. So he's floating out there, which means that until he makes that 2 minutes and 21 seconds, he could stay here. Still, now he's got one hook in.
Some big shots from Bacchus coming in.
When he starts throwing those big shots, that's when you have to move. That's when there's space to go. You kick him away, you push him away with your legs, or you throw your legs to the ground, as you say, Rob, and then you turn around.
And these are not criticisms; these are just observations, right?
100%.
But
he's very talented.
Yes. If you're Billy Bacchus, you're sensing this, right? Look where the feet are. They're joined. Okay, his feet are joined. He's staying here. I'm going to control inside and hit him. Okay, his feet are floating. I'm going to stay here. Now there's a shin across. So, and
look at that. But he goes back to guard.
Yes.
That's the old MMA.
Yeah.
It doesn't work anymore, especially when you're not really good off your back. Some guys are still good. We saw it earlier tonight with that beautiful butterfly sweep, but
twice.
Gerov doesn't have that.
And Van Busel also showed a lot of nice stuff from guard, but
it can be developed. It can be. But the process to taking a guy with great punches and getting him into an MMA fighting flows through teaching him to get back up.
Yep.
And again, look where the feet are. The feet are not attached.
Now he's moving, but now he needs to continue. He gives up like when he's halfway. So you spend a lot of energy to get halfway, and then you go back to where you were. So you're really not doing anything for yourself.
he can survive these 49 seconds. Now you can take a lot of damage to it.
He can make it so much easier for himself. Though. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, now he's giving up the back.
40 seconds.
Yeah. Some big elbows and shots
It's
coming
rough.
in.
Yeah.
You do not want to be in this position where you're just eating elbows, eating
He's looking at action. The ref might end
The ref is
this.
going to stop it.
He's not absorbing them, but he's taking them in the wrist and the small bones. That hurts too, but no, he can't get
Step
out.
in. There it is. Billy Backers with some incredible ground and pound. Finishes Gaidarov in the second round.
You can see by the reaction of the corner of Gaidarov, they're looking at him and they're like, it's, you know, you're so talented.
We know, yeah.
The escapes were there, but you just, you know, didn't go for them.
Yeah, commitment to them, yeah. And that's, like you said, just reps. You got to do it in the gym over and over and over. You know, the next 10 weeks, 15 weeks, 20 weeks till his next fight, every single session, we mount you, we get your back with gloves on, and you fight your way back to the feet. You don't submit, you don't sweep, you just get up, get up, get up, get up every single session.
And the best way to train it, and the best moment to train it is when you're really tired.
Yeah.
Then you make a lot of mistakes. So when you are able to not make those mistakes and get back up to the fence, when you give your back away, that's when you get good at it. But you know what? It's a really, really horrible training to go through.
But he's going to go through it.
Yep.
You know he will.
You have to if you
And
want to
he's
get
young.
better.
He's young, and he will. And but for Billy Backers, he not only did the right things, he made the right reads, he made the right interpretations of the situation, and that was a very well-earned win for Billy Backers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner by way of TKO, fighting out of the red corner, Billy Backers.
Thank you, gentlemen. Billy Backers, good to see you again, sir. You fight with a real passion. You fight with a real intensity. What does it feel like coming in here and doing this?
Well, all I know, there's 3 finishes in 6 months' time. So, you know, I'm climbing up. I'm coming for that fucking belt. I'm telling you guys.
You know what? You're not really sweating, really. Like, you could have done that all night long.
You know what it is? Look at this monsters what I train with, you know. So, welterweight was the first time. Because last time it was too heavy for me. And this is maybe too light. So, yeah. Without breaking a sweat, we get the job done. So,
Beautiful stuff, man. And we're excited to see you back here. You're 37 years old. You got a 5-year window. What's in the future for you?
well, I don't set limitations on myself because of my age. I think that's bullshit.
Good man.
When you feel good, you do good, you live good, then I'm ready to bang, man. So bring it on. Young guys, old guys, boring guys, exciting guys, give them all. I don't give a fuck.
Beautifully said, sir. Thank you for a wonderful fight. Billy Backers.
Terrific performance from Billy Backers. Kind of dealt with the vicious striking of Gaidarov at the beginning and then just slowly wore him down. Took advantage of his dominance and experience in the ground game and came up trumps. Excited to see what happens with Gaidarov next.
Yeah,
with
Backers
Backers
really,
and Gaidarov.
he really had to earn that win. He had to dig deep and find a way to get it done, and he did.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next fight of the evening. This time, a featherweight bout for 3 5-minute rounds. I'd like to start by introducing the man fighting out of the blue corner, into the octagon, Eli Carlos Pianero.
Pianero began his professional martial arts career in jiu-jitsu back in 2006, so 20 odd years ago. Is a black belt in BJJ. So yeah, this is an old school, gnarly fight to Pianero.
Yeah, the veterans going at it at this one. And black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and he's gonna have, really need that tonight fighting Duane van Halford. Because we've seen the game plan from Halford every single time. Throw a couple punches, close the distance, clinch, take down, couple punches, triangle or rear naked. That's it. But when you have the ability to defend the rear naked and, defend yourself on the ground with black belt Eli Carlos Pianero has, is going to be interesting fighting Duane van Halford tonight.
I'm excited to see him come in here and do his thing. Some of these wily veterans got some tricks, man. His first fights, some of the fights pre-professional record, he was fighting before Noor Osterhoff was born.
Yeah, that's the wild thing.
Yeah, the same few month period that Noor Osterhoff came into the world, this man was fighting other men in rings and cages in Brazil.
Trying to take people out of it.
Yeah. Jeez, man. You really do need, you're on tonight. You are definitely on tonight. You're scaring me.
He's a year and a half older than I am. Robin, it's like, what are you doing here, man? Come on. Making me feel old.
I mean, you're a grown man now, Steph. I don't want to call you old, but you're not young.
What?
Shots fired. Whoa, I have to get in between you guys.
On tonight.
Actually, no, I'm not getting in between you two. I'm going to take a step back.
Yeah, that's probably better. Let me take it'll only take Stefan one small strike to get me out of there.
Here's the good news. I don't feel 38.
Well, yeah, you're a great man, Stefan Struve, so that's more important than the fact that you're getting old.
Another draft.
And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Duane van Halford.
We spoke a little bit about him already, but we love seeing Duane van Halford in the LFL cage. A true, wily, old-school BJJ sort of veteran. Yeah, he's on a 6-fight MMA win streak currently. One at LFL 17 ground and pound, a triangle in LFL 14. Yeah, it would be interesting to see whether we're going to see a high-level back-and-forth grappling, scrambling match, or it will be their two Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu specialists kind of cancel each other out and end up in a kickboxing match. It's going to be very intriguing.
I purposefully asked Billy Backers about being on a win streak at 37 years old, and his answer was beautiful. He's like, he's not putting limitations on himself for any reason, never mind age. So these two guys, one 40 and one about to turn 40, will come out here and tear the crap out of each other.
Yep. And I'll mention the game plan Duane van Halford uses in all of his fights. Stay safe on the feet, land a couple shots, close the distance, go to the clinch, land the takedown from the clinch, take position, throw some bombs, look for the opening that his opponent leaves because he throws those shots at him, and then go for the triangle or a naked. And it works a lot of times.
And that strategy has worked since the beginning of time, and it will work till the end of time.
It does when you're as good at it as Duane van Halford, and there's black belts and there's black belts. Pretty much everybody who fights professionally is a black belt nowadays, right?
Yeah.
But he has shown again and again in the cage that, he's more than just a black belt. The way he's, sets up his submissions, and it's different. You see guys who are a different level, and Duane van Halford is that on the ground.
Yeah, when you know what someone's going to do, doesn't mean you can stop them. It's the old Ian Robinson. He's going to be on the right and cut it from the left, but try and stop him.
Van Halford is an in-shape 40-year-old too, let me tell you.
As you can see, age almost the same, and Van Halford has a reach and height advantage.
And introducing first, the man fighting out of the blue corner. This man is 39 years old. He stands at 172 centimeters tall. Hailing from Brazil, representing Team Cadena, El Cobra, Eli Carlos Pianero. Introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 40 years old. He stands at 176 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 21 wins, 8 losses. Hailing from the Netherlands, representing CSA Holland and Gracie Barra, Dwayne Bambino Van Halford. And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Stefan de Monte.
8th fight of LFL 22 coming at you live from Antwerp. 2 wily veterans, 2 BJJ black belts go toe-to-toe in what's bound to be another explosive contest.
Our 8th fight of the night. We're 2.5 hours in, and we had a short break. Getting another one soon. It's going fast, guys.
Yeah, it sure is. Van Halford invited the ground. He got hit and he did, respond to it, but now he's looking for a go-go plata.
Oh, look at dude.
Go-go plata
is... pull this off. That's incredible.
He
got it. That's it.
This
might be over.
Yeah, it's a chin choke.
He doesn't want to tap. Is it tight enough?
Yeah, is the shoulder locked enough?
There is space for Pianero.
So he's going to put the other leg over now, Now he'll go to the omoplata.
Look at the defense of Pianero.
Yes, Pianero knows where to go.
Oh, yeah.
So the omoplata, now comes up with the omoplata. Pianero takes the foot and sits back. Now he can take the back. So the omoplata is a shoulder lock where your leg attacks that far shoulder. Now he's going to attack.
Almost out.
Yeah. Trying to get the other. Now he'll try to roll into the back crucifix here.
You can omoplata and rear naked choke at the same time. I think Van Halford's going for that.
Looking to change his...
No, and it's up on top.
Pianero's like, we do this on the beach all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
No, thank you.
Doing it on the beach for 30 years.
Sip of coconut.
Pianera's taking deep sips of breath while we're talking about deep breaths he was taking. He worked hard because he just wasn't going out with the go-go plata to omoplata, and it was close.
He was thinking of last week. He's like, sip of coconut, escaping omoplata, go-go plata.
Yeah.
What else is new, man? Come on.
Coconut plata.
A little bit more respite now in the fight.
Interesting, because
he's side control from Van Halford.
He's going to try. So now he's just gently isolated the left arm, right? Like, you may not do anything with it, but he's like, is there something over here? Take an elbow. Is he going to try to Kimura or Americana this left arm? Because he's trying to make it look like he's not isolating the left arm, but he is, right? He's trying to do it subtly, non-threateningly, but he's got it.
Pianero's shown great defense so far, and also thinking offensively, trying to lock the arm up here, and he may go for a reverse triangle here. There he goes.
There he was.
Look at that.
It's enough to get a response, but Van Halford passes to side again.
So
low hip side.
Elite defensive work from Pianero so far, but how long can you keep that up? Because you're going to get tired.
And when Van Halford has the right arm trapped to Pianero.
It's a lazy crucifix, and I say intentionally lazy because he wasn't sure it was there, so he didn't want to try to overly commit to it, but now he's starting to commit to it, and he's locked it.
And if you isolate the left arm, Pianero, he can start dropping some nasty elbows in.
Yeah. And at some point, if you can't escape it, the ref just stops it, whether, mercifully, if you can't get out. So that far arm, I believe, is still...
It looks like it might have come out
choke here.
Yeah, a little weight, using your weight to try to choke here.
Maybe different names for this. What name do you know this choke by, Robin?
What do you call it?
I believe it's a Turk choke.
Turk?
Yeah. That's how I know it.
I've heard it paper cutter, too, like a sliding...
Okay, that works.
Yeah. Or forearm, simply a forearm choke. People
gotta be careful in the scrambles.
This is fun, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of
There's
fun.
some jiu-jitsu nerds just calling their friends right now, saying, watch this one.
Full guard by Pianero. Flexible, long legs.
You can strike really well from up here, though. You're still attached, right? Those flexible long legs do keep you attached. The feet, the ankles are locked. When you feel the ankles locked, you start punching. Now they're open. He clears the legs. It's
trying to pass, but Pianero is really good at
so he
defending.
just dives through. Low shoulder. And he's like, okay, let's play in your guard for a bit. Let's see what this is. Open it up. Inside control on the bicep on the one side. Goes right knee down, left foot knee up. So that's often to blade the left hip to punch with the left hand. Let's see if he does it. There he does. Now it goes to the other side. So let's see if he frees his right hand. Nope. Now slam. Goes back to the middle. Or his own corner.
Down.
Yeah, it goes to his own corner.
I'll tell you what, this is great matchmaking. A Brazilian who's 39 years old, Van Halford who's 40, both fantastic on the mat.
Lifelong jiu-jitsu.
A lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, a lot of fun to watch.
A proper combat jiu-jitsu match.
There is a lot of, okay, so this is our omoplata. The left shin around, the left leg around the right shoulder, left shin underneath, hands on the back of the skull to choke him over your shin. That's a nice little knuckle touch he gets through.
I was getting excited because I think this, I'm pretty sure it would have been the first Gogo Plata that I,
personally
was calling a fight.
Yeah.
What about you?
I've analyzed Ben Saunders' Gogo Plata after the fact. But no, I don't know that I feel like I have, but not many, that's for sure.
Nick Diaz made it famous. Takanori
Well, super high. He later had it changed to a no contest due to the monstrous levels of THC in his system.
Oh, man. He was just enjoying himself.
Yeah.
Throwing up a Gogo Plata.
Just kind of flowing.
Then he gets suspended. Come on.
That's silly.
Okay, second round of this fascinating back and forth match.
Pianero, well, I was going to say may want to strike his way in, but now he's going to try a guillotine.
Beautiful
but it's not
takedown.
there. Let's see if a shoulder choke is there. So that guillotine is moot now. He's got to free his own arm. He does. Pianero has the fence as a tool here.
Yeah, you can use it to explode out of this situation, but he's a more technical fighter. He's like, I don't need the cage.
Yeah.
I'll find my own way back to guard.
Right.
All my tricks.
We have our methods.
And Halford's looking for a leg lock, maybe.
The beauty of this fight is it's truly fighting using the root martial art of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, grappling, right?
Pianero's got the arm again. He's looking for the reverse triangle yet again.
Yeah, where his left leg would come around the left side of the neck.
Yeah.
Little short, sharp elbows from Van Halford there.
It's really hard to see coming. Van Halford feels it coming, of course, but you can really surprise someone with it. Right near the Ritter is really good with it.
Just sort of
it's so sneaky.
Yeah. You almost shoot it or throw it or, it's less, it sneaks, and then locks.
Yep. And it's really hard when you're in it because you don't really know how to defend it because there's not a lot of people who throw it at you. Yeah. So there's not been a lot of life situations where you have been in that submission.
So Van Halford now trying to find his way to open up the upper body, right? Segmenting the body. He's across the belly, and he's got 4 tools, 2 arms and 2 legs that he can use against only 2, right? This is how jiu-jitsu works. Van Halford is trying to cut the body of Pianero in half, so his 4 weapons can be used against 2 defenders.
Into
mounts now.
Lovely and slick from Van Halford.
There's some elbows. Those cut for sure. Yeah. Do not be surprised to see some blood.
Pianero is there is blood there.
Halford just changed his game plan. He's like, jiu-jitsu's not working. Throwing bombs is going to work.
Elbows, the jiu-jitsu to control.
Cut him open.
See, you just saw the slice.
The ref's looking close. Unless Pianero does something, the referee's going to be forced to stop it.
I don't know where the cut is. Oh, no, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Top of the dome, and it's leaking claret.
Yeah.
He's leaving like a shadow of blood behind his head. It's like a murder scene.
2 minutes on the clock.
Crime scene, usually we prefer. You are, something's, are you going to be, is there some large change in your life that's happening that's making you see this?
What's up, Dexter?
Yeah.
You don't want to see what I see, Rorschach test style, and the blood splatter on the canvas.
Now it's going to go armbar. It's going to go, well, I think
mounted triangle, I think.
Yeah, there is. You can try to shin choke him, go plata from reverse here. So what he would try to do is use his arm, use the right elbow to slide the faces. Not there now.
Just keep this going.
He may have bet some money on himself to win by Coco Plata.
It's a big cut.
Let's see if he tries it again. So when you saw that, and you, what happens is, he's going to. So you can't triangle without getting rid of one of the arms here, but what you can do is drop your armbar. Yeah, now armbar.
He's got it, but Pianero's really good at defending.
You're going to have a hard time.
Got a minute.
Change the angle or rip the arm. Now he's changing the angle. He's prying it open. This'll open. What he does after it opens, we don't know, but it will open.
Opening it, though, against Pianero.
Yeah,
He really knows what he's doing defending.
Oh,
there he goes again, man.
Gorgeous from Pianero.
Yeah.
He just stays so calm in those bad spots.
Pianero also bet on himself for the over, I think, because this guy will not give it up.
It's a nice elbow there from Pianero from his back.
Watch for an elbow here. Left elbow currently is loaded in place. Still triangles being thrown up though. So, and the high pass. Now the knee slide. Trying to pass again for one more punch, but it ain't there. We're going to see a third round of this fun.
Whole round of top control for Van Halford, but I saw him like in this fight, like in a way I haven't really seen him a lot, and he had top position, and he was in a position to hunt submissions, but he didn't really know what to do.
Yeah.
His opponent was so good defensively.
So good defensively, yeah. And you're right. That unfamiliarity, but you know what he came up with a solution, Stefan. I think I'll just smash him, right? Like that solution is always available to you in MMA, and when it is not available to you in grappling.
There's some people behind us who are Team Van Halford, I think, and they've been calling for big shots here. Like the word for it in Dutch they're using is stompen.
Stompen.
Stompen. Yep.
And does it translate into stomp?
Yeah, pretty much like
fist stomp.
Like, stomp, yeah, well, yeah, fist stomps, pretty much.
He's going to give him some fist and elbow stomps.
It's slang for punch.
Yeah, I love it.
Here we go, the third and final round of this featherweight bout.
Both are looking fresh, man.
Right.
Now for a little fresher, he's been on top more.
Steph,
respect. Look at that.
I was joking around with you being 38. I had 9 pro MMA fights. My first one was 10 days before my 39th birthday.
So you've still got time, Stefan, if you want to start an MMA career.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I like to grapple in the gym.
Yeah. Without all the stomping.
But not, not with other big heavyweights. Like I'm a little bit of a weight bully nowadays.
Yeah, good. You've earned it.
Yeah, I give these guys my back, and I have them work and then reverse them and
then stomp them.
Yeah, and they get better from it, so there's a win for both of us.
Honestly, brother, you have earned that.
I stay in shape. I go home, with a couple submissions in my back, and
that's good.
They get better and win in the cage, so it's good.
Yeah.
Life is good.
Good to hear. And life is good for these two gentlemen, enjoying the beauty of combat against very noble opponent. Both of them well matched. There are, of course, Van Halford has shown some real, dominant moments, but you got a defensive wizard, a lifelong defensive wizard on the bottom. So it's forcing him to develop a more ornery approach here.
And that has been one of his most successful, Van Halford. Yeah, as the Dutch say, stomp him.
Yeah, he's going to try to strike from up here. What he'll try to do is, no, it's not there. Now pass and punch. He forces him to go belly down.
That's in the guard of Pianero, though, man.
Yeah.
It's...
Got an arm trapped.
Ooh.
It's not there.
Pianero's not going to accept that, but Van Helfort's got the back here.
Yeah. This is a place he hasn't spent time yet. I don't know that you can go plata from here, but,
but you know,
I'm sure he would find a way.
It's not easy to finish a rear naked choke when your back is against the fence, though, because you cannot straighten out your opponent's back. It's going into a position where it's a little easier now, but it's not easy to be in this position and get a submission.
So Pianero's using old school reach downs to try to clear the legs, right? It's a very old school approach.
Yep.
And to prevent the body triangle. But see how it let his neck get more access, which he then had to deploy defenses against, and now the body triangle's on anyways, right? And that kind of sums up Duane Van Helfort. You want to defend against one thing, no problem. He'll do that, he'll threaten you somewhere else, and eventually he's going to get both things.
Pianero turns him to the right side, though. He puts pressure on the foot of Van Helfort, and it's really difficult for Van Helfort now to squeeze with the body triangle.
And you're kind of forced to open it.
Switches it.
Yeah, it goes the other way. And now he'll turn the other way.
He's like, watch this, Struve.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just going to switch it.
I'll show you.
And that game can go on, right? Now, Pianero will try to turn the other way and squash the foot against the mat. Because what it does actually starts to hurt a little. It forces you to open it eventually.
He's going to walk the cage, try to get a hold of a leg of Van Helfort. He was looking for that earlier.
Minute and 30 remaining.
Dominant display by Van Helfort, but really good defensive work by Pianero the entire fight.
If Pianero wants to keep, there's a lot of grappling in the world, high-level grappling, and there's a big audience for it now, and there's money to be made. If Pianero wants to go out and compete in submission only, he's going to be really hard to beat because he's really hard to submit. Even when he's on the wrong side of the action, his defensive abilities are really high. He's got the foot on the mat again, and hey, watch this, Struve. He changes it again.
Yeah.
And
pressure,
then,
yeah, he puts it on the right
switch.
side and pressures it, and then whoop, then I do this.
Yeah, fantastic.
There he goes again.
Yeah. Now he's going to try to trap the right arm with his right leg, and he's got it a bit. Whether he'll be able to maintain it, we will see.
Smooth job by Van Helfort.
Yeah. He's got a hook in it, 37 seconds.
Wants to get his left arm out.
Yeah.
I think, and then, because his right arm is stuck in the armpit, the other one is too.
Yeah, he needs one arm. You need an arm
Yeah.
if you want to choke somebody with your arms.
Yeah, and
now he's using a shoulder crush to turn him. Now he's going to try to pass under or through.
15 on the clock. Pianero's going to survive.
Somebody's got to use their craziest last ditch here. Pianero may try one more triangle, but no, it is not there. So punches down to the wire.
End of round.
Dominant grappling display by Duane Van Helfort.
And a really funky fight. I very much enjoyed that. Some real black belt masters at it.
And, I mean, that's a 40-year-old who's in pretty killer shape.
Yeah.
Both of them. I mean, Pianero on the wrong end is going to spend a lot more energy, so he may be more tired, but they're both in great shape to keep that pace.
I'm pretty sure he's still going to be fighting when he's 50, though. You know,
yeah,
he
can.
Brazilians,
loves it too much.
Yeah, it's a way of life for them.
Yeah, great performance from both men. We'd like to see them both back in the LFL cage. But fantastic matchup.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have collected their points, come to a decision, and we have a winner. By unanimous decision, fighting out of the red corner, Duane Bambino Van Helfort.
Duane Van Helfort, did you place money on yourself to win by go-go plata or something?
No, it's like a thing I like to do, and it was there, but yeah, I don't know what to say. First of all, I want to apologize to everybody because I don't know what about my performance. I'm not happy with it. I have very high standards of myself, but there's never an excuse. So I'm happy with the victory, but I really need to get back into my mind and see how was it possible that it ended up like going 3 to 5 minutes. So yeah.
Well, the three of us, and I think people watching at home loved it because it was a fascinating display of two jiu-jitsu masters. And that guy is extremely hard to submit. So to be able to find you, and Stefan said it, he goes, this is unfamiliar to see Van Halford not be able to submit. So instead you elbowed him in the face, which is always the right choice.
Yeah, I know. I like throwing elbows. That's why I need to get like elbow surgery on my left elbow. But I don't know if that's the excuse for this fight, but I really need to get my elbow fixed. And so I can go back to sparring and doing normal rounds. But I'm really happy. And can I hold the microphone, please? My kids are here for the very first time. I don't know where they are, but I'd like to invite Lef, Mees, please come to the ring. Jongens, kom even naar mij toe. Allebei. I really want to give them a hug in the cage. They've never been there my entire career.
Hey, you two, get in here. Let's bring your children in here. That's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And while they're coming up, come, please. You can give your dad a hug. He's got some blood on him, but that's not going to hurt anybody. Can I ask you a question, you two? Please. What did you think watching your dad fight another man in a cage? Was it cool?
Was it leuk om mij te zien vechten? Was it
Yeah.
awesome? Cool?
Yes.
Is your dad really tough?
Yeah.
Yeah, your dad is really tough. Congratulations, man. You have a beautiful family, and that was a wonderful thing to see. At 40 years old, it's very inspiring to many people. Your winner and his sons, the Van Halfords.
Heartwarming scene with Van Halford and his two boys, bound to be BJJ killers themselves at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, pretty safe fight to watch for kids as well. Just grappling exchanges. It's you don't always bring your kid to every single fight, but this is definitely a fight kids can watch.
It's honestly the ideal fight because it wasn't too gory. Nobody got kicked in the head. So to watch your dad go in and come out like that, I mean, everybody's different and parents different, but I think you got to think it's quite inspiring for your children to see you do something you do extremely well.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next fight of the evening. This time, a middleweight bout for 3 5-minute rounds. Let's start by introducing the man fighting out of the blue corner into the octagon. Edson Jr.
So Junior got a nice mix of Muay Thai and BJJ, so quite a typical background for a fighter. But most of his, over 60% of his wins come via KO or TKO. So he's a man who likes to come out, likes to swang and bang and really put a finish on in the cage.
You know, when you come from different countries, there's different things we prioritize. You know, if you come from the Midwest in America, you probably wrestle a lot, you know. When you come from Brazil, there's this great tradition of the dual specialist. And you'll hear the Brazilians say it in interviews. If we go to the ground, I will submit you. If we stand up, I will knock you out. They won't always get to choose which arena it takes place in. But they'll welcome both, and they'll try to win in both situations.
And his opponent today, as you said, Callum, he likes to swang and bang, I think you said. His opponent obliges to that. Jamil Chan loves fights like that, so this one's going to be fireworks. That's my guess.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this will be a bit of an explosive fight. And yeah, Brazilians are, you don't want to stereotype an entire nation. People are different, but as Robin was saying, there are like trends you can see through different fighters and things they like. And yeah, Brazilians do love to leave it all out there.
And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Johnny Chan.
Statistics don't really tell everything, but if you've heard before, from Junior, 60% of his wins came from a KO or TKO. Chan, 73% of his wins come from that method. So, yeah, if Junior likes swanging and banging, then Chan is a swangier and bangier man.
One of my other co-commentators I work with a lot says this: statistics are like a bikini. They don't show everything, but they show a lot.
Yeah. Which commentator is that?
I work with him in the Netherlands, Sander Schweik.
Well,
Yeah.
I like that. Does he say that in Dutch?
Oh yeah.
It sounds great in English.
If I use it in English,
yeah.
he can trademark it. So like,
I ask because I'm going to have to write that down and credit him when I use that wonderful saying in the future.
So yeah,
very useful. And it definitely works with this guy. 60%,
yes.
About 60%, 73% of his wins come by knockout or TKO. And yeah, it says a lot about him because he's got crazy power in his hands.
And while we're talking about crediting other people that say cool things, my friend Paulie Malignaggi likes to look at the stats in the head-to-head, or what people have called for 90 years the tail of the tape. And he says, let's look at these numbers and see if any of these attributes can be advantages. And it's actually a great way to say it, because we may say reach advantage, but it's only an attribute. It's only an advantage if you use it appropriately, right? And with these guys, I think the swanging and banging and the bikini reference, I think there's a lot of dice rolling going on here. Everybody's taking risks. And as we know, no risk, no reward, but also high risk, high danger.
Jamil took some time off after we saw him the last time at LFL. He had some issues with his weight cut, and he looked lackluster in that fight, unlike his other performances. Yeah, I definitely feel like him stepping back in here, he wants to show the old Jamil Chan, and the old Jamil Chan is a knockout machine, so looking forward to that.
Heels, the tail of the tape, very evenly matched. Height exactly the same. Reach, Junior has 4 centimeters more, and Chan is 1 year the senior.
Well, let's see if that attribute can become an advantage. Paulie Malignaggi.
And introducing first the man fighting out of the blue corner. He is 34 years old. He stands at 175 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 6 wins, 6 losses. Hailing from Brazil, representing Vale Top Team, Edson And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 35 years old. He stands at 175 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 15 wins, 10 losses. Hailing from the Netherlands, representing Ruthless Fight Company, Johnny
Jamil Chan has the posture and body language of a knockout artist. You know, that pacing, that slight curvature of the back, that bounce.
And he's got the bikini statistics.
Yeah, that's right.
This one is not going to go the distance. I'm going to tell you that, guys. These guys are not made to go 3 5-minute rounds.
The first exchange is going to be real ornery from Chan, I think, here.
Just measuring each other a little bit here.
A lot of that power comes from the legs. Look at the tree trunks that he has.
Yeah, he sure does. Comes from the feet, right? Feet to the ground is where that.
You see what he's doing?
Yeah.
That bounce. Ooh. Whenever he goes down and he bounces up, he uses that momentum he creates with his legs to transfer it into his punches.
In sprinting and in certain sports, they call it neural priming. He's neurally priming. It's not just the muscles, but it's the nervous system that gets a little lit when you do that.
Ooh. Big right.
Sneaky uppercut.
Nice head movement, though, by Junior.
Junior's
He's
not
fazed by this.
No, I was just going to say it, and that is a dangerous thing for everybody, all parties involved.
So he uses it to load up on his punches, but it's also a feint. He tries to get a reaction from his opponent, but he's not really giving him a reaction.
There's two ways you can react to that leg load. You can react, which he'll read, or not react. Not reacting is good for him, too, because then it makes you pause when he goes to do it again. Everything's a win for him when he does that little neural prime. It helps his explosiveness, and it either gets you reacting or gets you freezing. And he likes both responses.
Chan's been chopping at Junior's leg as well. Going to see that continue to play out.
2 minutes down. Their heart rates are high. There's stress hormones in their body, but exertion-wise, they haven't done so much that they should be fatigued.
Just constantly standing, on the other side of each other, feinting, knowing that the other guy's got power. That's tiring.
It is psychologically. Yep. You're burning. It's what they describe. Sports performance will call that burning sugars. Your brain, the work of the brain is actually fatiguing you. And that's not mumbo jumbo. You've experienced this, Stefan. That feeling,
Yeah, some guys, like right before they walk out, they take like a handful of Skittles or something like that.
Yeah.
Just for that first burst, so that your body's got sugar immediately when you go nuts.
Action, guys.
Ref asking for a little bit of action. This clinch has stalled the fighting somewhat.
Skittles are delicious.
What do you?
What a night. What a night. Broken jaw, Skittles.
Yeah.
Bloodstains.
Bikinis.
Oh, nice short elbow there by Junior.
We've seen that work tonight, speaking of broken jaws and bikinis. Watch for a big exchange. Junior's waiting for Chan to lead, and Chan can tell, right? Chan can feel it. So it's making him just look for the perfect combination. And it ain't that one, but it's getting closer.
Baseball
Big
bats.
shots by Jamil Chan, but Junior's doing a really good job moving with the punches.
Yeah, Junior's a dangerous guy because he's not intimidated. And, in this final minute, I think you're going to see him test the lead here a little bit. What happens when he instigates?
Both men showing a lot of respect for each other's power.
Yeah. Watch for Chan to be stepping through
nice
on
jab.
punches like that. If there's a round two, don't be surprised to see him do that. That looks like a game he can play, is walking with punches. Little fake hip threat from Junior. We got Chan to back off a bit. Junior with a real kick now, tries to spear. Chan answers to the calves.
That left leg of Junior is red and swollen already.
Oh, nice. Nice combination there.
Yeah, Junior's punching from some different angles, and he's finding his way through. He's got a couple of sneaky kind of shovel uppercuts he's thrown. Watch for the left head kick here. Watch for the left head kick, or left body kick. Now it's the right kick instead by Chan.
One.
Tentative first round from these two. Would not like to be a judge in this one.
No, we won't need the judges by the time this one's done. That was everybody learning how to get a little closer to big punches.
Gonna shut my mouth.
You never know. You do have that feeling of just tension in the air that when they get close to each other, and there were a few moments where they just took the brakes off, and one of those shots hit, someone is going down like a sack of potatoes down the stairs.
I always think of the Brazilians when they come here to Europe. They have flown a long way, you know? You didn't come all this way to do okay. You came here to win.
We saw that in the last event, in the main event as well, man.
We did.
You never know what you get, and like a lot of people were laughing when they saw Daichi Carrillo's opponent, who was supposed to fight Ilias The Blade Bulaid tonight, but got injured. But man, these guys, Brazil, a land full of killers.
Yep. And they're all, you know, Junior here. What have you learned? There's the left kick we were.
I like the way he throws it. He doesn't show it.
Yeah. He deploys it or expresses it instead of.
That's a solid left from Junior as well.
He's got really good distance control. The only thing Jamil Chan is really, nice knee to the liver
Really
there.
good choice, yeah.
Look at that.
Defends the
balance.
leg takedown.
Shoulder strikes, yeah.
So on a few occasions throughout, 6 minutes of this fight so far, Jamil Chan has looked for this position, and he's achieved it twice. The question is, what's he looking to do here? Is he looking to tire his man and chop him up on the fence, or is he looking to try to take him down and end up on top?
Oh, good job by Junior to stay on his feet, but Jamil Chan was almost able to take him down there.
Is Jamil just looking to work on the fence, Because his hands are joined right now.
He has a real issue finding the target with his big shots. And Junior's doing a great job avoiding those big shots, moving with the punches. So Jamil Chan is trying to figure out what he needs to do to win this fight against Edson Jr.
And, when in doubt, going to the fence and being the guy dictating on the fence is not a bad idea. You don't know what else to do. Put him there and take little shots. Maybe fatigue him a bit. They'll do a little kinesthetic learning, like put it over there. But to Stefan's point, it's like when, he may not quite know what to do here. Like it hasn't been well established what's the route to victory. Obviously, Jamil Chan knows how to knock people out, and that's always a good route. But in the meantime...
Yeah, the two are almost...
I want to see more pressure. He needs to let his hands go. Pressure Junior, because, if you only throw one or two, you're not going to get through. You see this distance control and the head movement of Junior to create space again. It's too easy for him to avoid the big shot. Beautiful uppercuts there.
Yeah, he's thrown and landed, or glancing landed, quite a few of those now.
I want to see Jamil Chan throw 3 or 4 shots in a row. 1 or 2 are not working.
And ever since Junior's changed his stance, those leg kicks from Chan have dried up a bit. They're probably his most successful part of the game so far.
You're right, and the left kick of Junior has done great work. It's done great work in the body, on the arms.
Picking him apart, man.
Yeah. Junior's left foot has been a great weapon since that change.
Level change by Chan, looking for the takedown, but
a little sluggish.
The distance management of Junior is phenomenal tonight.
Yep. Touch.
Or just 1, 2.
Yeah, Junior's getting better by the minute.
Yeah, he's really growing into this round.
The difference is Jamil Chan is throwing every single punch to knock Junior out. But every single time he's missing because he's telegraphing his punches. And Junior is throwing smooth and fast, not telegraphing anything. And Jamil Chan is struggling because of that.
That's a few unanswered strikes now from Junior. With Chan not landing very much at all. At least nothing clean.
Yeah, and he's getting discouraged is the wrong word, but the information he's getting is, well, this doesn't work and this isn't working, and what do I do here? And that's smart. That's just a good. His brain is doing what it's meant to do, which is keep looking for answers, but if you keep looking for answers, when he gets into range to throw his right hand, he's going to be dangerous every time. Jamil Chan.
Chan come back with a few more strikes of his own now, but
couple of knees by Junior, and it turns him. That's a Junior round. Round one felt like, you don't know how they saw it, but round two, I think they would see for Edson Jr. all
Oh, yeah,
day.
100%. He was growing in the first round. He was getting comfortable, and I think he may have won that one as well. Jamil is open, is breathing with his mouth wide open.
And his legs are starting to get sore. And the arms, he took some big kicks off the arms right there. Those left shins off the arm to the orthodox fighter. It really hurts. That. A person watching at home can see that and go, oh, got blocked. That is not a block. That is a baseball bat to the forearm.
And Junior did a great job, and when they did come together, using his knees very effectively, managed to get a lot of strong, solid body shots into Chan, and yeah, Chan's looking slow, so a bit slow and tired.
And he really needs to start throwing longer combinations, so 3-4 shot combinations, because the ones and the twos, Junior is just stepping backwards, moving with the punches with his head, got good footwork, and he's countering Chan, because Chan is telegraphing every single shot. Junior sees it, counters, picks him apart like that. So Jamil Chan really needs to change up his game plan for this last round.
He also just needs to bring his best.
Yep.
Because you now have a guy that you've really not only led into this fight, but you've kind of let him take over this fight. And that's not a detriment to Jamil Chan. That is a credit to Edson Jr. But Edson Jr. has learned and grown and evolved and taken charge of this fight. And it's his fight to lose now.
Oh, beautiful straight right. Through the middle and then a body shot.
Chan is looking a bit wobbly and concerned here.
Yeah, front hand by Edson Jr.
Junior looks like he's got all the time in the world.
Level change by Chan, but
another knee in the collision.
Edson Jr. has won these the 6 minutes that have just passed, just with his right hand and his left leg. He's just taken charge just with those two weapons. And now he's thinking to himself, let's see what happens when I fatigue this guy a bit. Or a bit more, I should say.
Good job with the head position by Junior here.
Another knee.
Jamil on his toes. It's really difficult for the Jamil to start any offense when you're putting your head underneath your opponent's chin like Edson Jr. is doing right here.
And Chan, watch, he's moving it there now. He tucks around to the side. And what does Edson do? Puts his head right back into the jaw. And now Chan's head is free again. What does he do? Puts it right back in the jaw.
Yep.
Good stuff. Yeah, if you're a young fighter watching this, just that is worth the price of admission in this fight.
100%. It's one of the most important things when you have outside control on the fence. With this alone, you can dominate your opponent on the fence.
And he did for 2 minutes.
And then left with a nice elbow.
Now you need to go after him, especially when he has his back against the fence, because he cannot create space going backwards.
Chan's right weapon is available to him.
Body shots.
He takes a knee.
Goes in the clinch.
Now you saw one man was controlling with his front pawn, the head.
Oh,
and
nice.
Now Jamil Chan has worked hard for this.
2.5 minutes. This could be the turning point in the fight.
He off-balanced him. He spun him around, and he blocked his leg with his own leg to put him on his back. And this is a situation we haven't seen in the fight yet.
And if you're Chan, if you're his peoples, it's the situation you wanted to see. And if you're the coaches...
He needs to finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he lets it go.
And you can settle back into it, but you got to pass and punch here. Or knife through.
Kick.
Yeah, and he does. So he can pass that right leg now if he just shovels it under him.
You got to empty the tank here.
Yep.
Jamil Chan. You got to make sure that Aronson Jr. doesn't get off of his back, of course. So you don't want to give him too much space, but you do want to let your hands and elbows go.
There's a right shin of Edson that is in the body, and you see he's tried to control it and he slides by it. So this is good. Will he try to mount? My guess is yes. My guess is he will try to mount with 90 seconds remaining, because it's where you can do the most damage. He's going to step over the head, perhaps.
Really making a lot of...
Yeah, Junior's got that right arm locked up and just resisting what Chan's trying to do.
Good job by Chan.
North-south here, lots you can do from here, too, including bash that body up.
Oh, knee from the bottom from Junior.
His punches will take stuff out of you if you absorb the right one or enough of them.
50 on the clock, and Chan is in a dominant position, but he needs a finish.
He's got control of the right arm using his legs. So there's a loose crucifix here, positioning-wise. And he's looking to attack the left hand or the left arm. 30 seconds remaining here. It's not impossible that a judge or two gave him round one. And they will give him round three, I believe. So if this goes to the judges and in 18 seconds it looks like it will, we shall see. It'll be all about round one.
I have a 2-1, Junior. That's me.
Very high. I think I said after the beginning of the first round, it was a very tough one to judge.
So it will all ride on how three human beings saw round one, and it ain't us three human beings.
Thank God for that. This has split decision all over it. But fantastic performance.
Yeah.
Again, the commentators curse strikes. Oh, it's not going to go past the first round.
That one was on Stefan. We just agreed with him, but it was he introduced that idea.
I'm not throwing anyone. I'm not throwing anyone under the bus.
Who's Stefan? I don't know any Stefan.
Mr. Struve.
That's his dad.
Yes, right. These two did bring some great fight out of each other. They kind of settled into a pace that they both, kind of accepted, and nobody wanted to push it too far past that pace, but it let them express some really great fighting here.
Yeah, they seem both aware of each other's power and unwilling to really push and throw the multiple strikes that maybe would have opened them up a bit more. It was conservative.
Even when on top, Chan, couldn't really open it up.
Just waiting now, the judges are deliberating by the seams of things.
Remember, Edson Jr. presumably won round two, and Jamil Chan presumably won round three. Now, first round, whoever does not win this will look back and go, God, if I threw 3 more punches in round one, I would have won this fight.
Yeah, very close.
We shall see.
Sure. Junior ended strong in round one, and you see a lot of times when you finish strong in a round, a lot of times that round goes to the person who did.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we're about to find out.
The judges that collected their points come to a decision, and we have a winner by unanimous decision, fighting out of the red corner, Jamil Chan.
Thank you both for a wonderful fight. Jamil Chan, who is this?
This is my oldest son, David Chan. And I had the privilege tonight to fight in front of my son. It's very special for me. To be honest, I didn't think I would still be fighting for my son to understand and see what fighting is. But
what did you think of your dad tonight?
Wat vind je van papa?
Good.
Yes, he was good. There's something inspiring about our children seeing us do our best and really, really fight to win. So congratulations.
Thank you, man. It's hard being a good fighter, but it's even harder to be a good dad. So that's what I do tonight. I try to put the example and show my son that his father is a hard-working man.
Yes, and you did that, sir. Round one, the judges saw it for you. Round two, this guy came at you. And you had to win that third round. You had to win those last minutes to get this fight, and that's what you did right here in front of your family.
Yes, I did, man. In the second round, he switched his tactics, so I had to adjust and couldn't find my timing right. But I just knew, I trusted my wrestling that if I had him and be patient, he would slip. Because I had him a couple of times almost, but you know, in the sport, almost doesn't count. And at the end, I did get the takedown, and that was the deciding factor, I think.
Well, you taught your son and you taught us about perseverance, changing course, learning on the fly, and fighting till the end. So it was a lot to learn here.
Last thing I want to say, never count me out, guys.
Jamil Chan, your winner.
A close fight between two excellent competitors, but Chan comes out top on the judges' scorecards. Oh, what a breathless 9 fights we've had so far. What we're going to do is going to take a little break, so go home. Well, you might be home already. We'll go to the kitchen, put the kettle on, enjoy yourself, and we'll be back very shortly with our final 4 fights of LFL 22. You do not want to miss any of these. See you shortly.
For the victory lap, though. For the victory lap, though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I stress overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please walk my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands, and ain't no champion for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears.
My name is Tijani Bastati, and I fight in the lightweight division at LFL. I'm from Amsterdam, and I train at this gym, and that's my home. I started like MMA 1.5 years ago. I really love the sport, it's so diverse. I made my debut back in 2025, November 1st, and it was a very good experience. I've been working on everything. In MMA, you can't lack on your striking, on your grappling, on your wrestling. You cannot lack on anything. So you have to train everything, and that's what I did. And that's also what I did at the right time. Everything in my first MMA fight went according to plan. You know, everything we trained, everything we planned to do, we did. Well prepared for him. I am prepared for the worst, like I always say, and I can't wait to step in the octagon and show you guys what I've been working on these last couple of months. I will definitely win this fight, and if he goes in the first, then he goes in the first. If he goes in the second, then he goes in the second. If I can finish early, then I'll finish it early. And don't blink with your eyes, because it can be over very quick. So I can't wait to give the people, the fans, a hell of a fight. All the people in the venue, make sure you cheer for the boy.
Shot that crumbled him.
Alain van der Merckt here, Topboy. I'm from Brussels. So the boss of LFL told me they're going to Antwerp. I had my best memories in MMA in LFL. So now I'm fighting LFL in Belgium. Big event. I'm motivated as ever. I'm training Combat Brothers here, I think like 7 or 8 years. If I train with PFL champ, I train with Ranier, number 8 in the world. I get, you know, to heights I never expected, because for me it was just a sport, and now it's like people get to know me from it. I love it, and we'll see what the future come with, you know. Wellyton Oliveira, a special guy. He just come to fight. He doesn't give up. He's a striker, a little bit crazy. He just go all out. I don't find him really technical, but he's still dangerous. Oliveira doesn't give up. I'm gonna get the finish, and then we're going to party, boys. Antwerp, here we come.
In every fight is a hidden story. Hitai unlocks that story, live. Every strike measured in real time. Speed, power, precision. Impact revealed instantly, delivering a new level of fight data. Don't just watch, experience the fight, like never before.
Brother, the fact that I come in and get the title shot immediately speaks for itself, I guess. My name is Ilias The Blade Bulaid, fighting under the Moroccan flag, and I'm from Den Bosch, the Netherlands. My next fight will be in LFL in Antwerp for the LFL world title. I was a multiple world champion in kickboxing. I just fell in love with MMA. I love it. I want to be here a champion as well. I was like 5 years old when I started fighting. I don't know any better than fighting. In my opinion, fighting is like one of the easiest things to do. It's like going to the gym, train really hard, and be better than your opponent. I think life is harder than fighting in the cage. 11th of April will be the first time in 8-9 years that I will be fighting close by home. Yeah, you know, like always, you can expect fireworks and a big knockout, hopefully. But one thing's for sure, I'm always prepared. There's always a show, there's always spectacle. Yeah, I'm the most complete and fast, explosive fighter on the roster and in MMA.
for Champions was created for one reason: to guide the next generation of fighters and build real, lasting careers. Structure, surroundings, and strategy matter. We don't just manage athletes, we build futures at OFC. But even the most prepared fighter needs a stage. Levels Fight League, home of Dutch MMA. Built by fighters, for the fighters. A battleground where prospects don't just compete, they evolve, they grow, they become. Today, we are proud to announce Only for Champions as an official partner of Levels Fight League. Together, we are ready to shape the next era of Dutch MMA. There are levels to this game, and this is the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the next round of fights. Starting with a catchweight bout at 72 kilograms for 3 5-minute rounds. Let's start by introducing the man fighting out of the blue corner. Into the octagon, Diego Santos.
Diego Santos, another fighter with an excellent kickboxing background. He's had 14 professional fights, competed in both Muay Thai, has a purple belt in BJJ, amateur boxing, and he likes painting as well. So he's a man who's got everything in his locker.
Well, he's an artist, right? Fighting is an art form. We know this. It doesn't matter what that Academy Award-winning actor said when she said that mixed martial arts is not art. Who was that? I forget.
Say what?
There was a woman who won an Academy Award, and she said that MMA is not art. Can't remember her name. Somebody can tweet it to me, but she was wrong.
Probably before my time, Robin.
Yeah, probably. You're quite young.
What I mean. What I mean to say.
Yeah.
I love how you quoted this, Callum. He's passionate about traveling and about painting on canvases.
Specifically canvas. He's not going to paint it on your paper.
I like, there's a couple options when you love painting on canvases, though.
On this,
saw some of it earlier, so
yeah, on this canvas, mostly there's only red available to you.
It's amazing what you can do with one shade.
He also enjoys picanha on the weekends.
I mean, who doesn't?
Yes.
A man after our own heart, but yeah, despite all the lightheartedness, Santos is a competitor and a fierce one at that. You don't have that many kickboxing, Muay Thai and boxing matches unless you've got something to get out onto the canvas as well.
Yeah, and in mixed martial arts, there's a document of 21 professional fights, but I know from experience calling a lot of fights around Brazil, there's often just so many handfuls of fights that are not on your professional record. So this man's been fighting for, 17, 18 years in all manner of combat, and he's going to bring it tonight.
Yeah, I've heard stories in Brazil where you are on your way to your fight and you're fighting, and then you're fighting after your fight.
That's right.
Yeah. That's how it goes down there.
Yeah, fight's a 3-course meal in Brazil.
He's fighting an incredibly dangerous long-range striker, so this man's going to want to use that striking experience to hit him and get a hold of him and try to put him on his back.
And introducing next to the octagon, his opponent fighting out of the red corner, Tijani Bestati.
Bestati is a man on a journey, one that we've seen in similar guises throughout LFL's entire existence. A famed world champion Dutch kickboxer, wants to transition to MMA, and LFL is their route to do so. We've seen it with Jason Vilnius has come in, Myrtle Kronhart. We've seen it with Yusri Belgari.
The best example, in my opinion, man, his fight 2 weeks ago against Mansour Abdul Malik. I got to break it down for the UFC in the Netherlands, and that was a near perfect fight.
Yeah.
His scrambles were beautiful. His calf kicks were beautiful, and he's getting stronger and better with his punching power every single fight. And the blueprint is now here in the Netherlands, and we got so many of these phenomenal strikers. We have a cage here with the LFL logo in the middle. You transition, you work on your grappling, you learn how to scramble, how to wrestle, and you show off that beautiful striking skill set here in the cage. And we see it tonight with Bestati. We've got Ilias Bulaid later tonight. We had Yusri Belgaroui. Man, it's the perfect time to be a MMA commentator. Lots of broken jaws coming, Callum.
Oh, man, cannot wait.
The thing with Yusri is he has taken all those other skills and blended them in, so they're as natural as throwing a punch to him. And that is the process Bestati is in the middle of, is getting all of these things to be as natural as throwing a punch or a kick. To not think of them as separate art forms at all, but to allow it all to blend into the soup that is free fighting.
And I think there's a structural element of it too, you know, so once someone like Yusri's done it, then the coaches understand what's the best methodology, what's the way of approaching it, what are the standard gaps you have. And the Netherlands is such a small, interconnected country where so many of the fighters know each other, go to the same gyms. The success of one or two fighters helps lift all these other transitions.
Yeah, 100%. It makes it easier to believe in yourself doing the same thing. Because he already knows he has the striking for it. And he's not just a phenomenal kickboxer. As you said, Robin, earlier, his distance control. He's a distance striker. The way he throws his punches and his kicks on the pads, it's beautiful to watch. I watch his footage all the time now on social media. And he posts a lot, and it's beautiful to see. And I'm really happy that a lot of these kickboxers are making the transition now, and we get to see it in the best seat of the house.
And Bestati has an almost 10-centimeter height and reach advantage over Santos.
And introducing first, the man fighting out of the blue corner. This man is 35 years old. He stands at 178 centimeters tall. Hailing from Brazil, representing Aurora, Diego dos Santos. And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 28 years old. He stands at 187 centimeters tall. He has a perfect professional record of 2 wins, 0 losses. Hailing from Morocco, representing Dave's Gym,
Going to be a lot of fun.
And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Axel
Because Santos is going to bring it to him.
He needs to.
Yeah, Santos must move forward. If Santos is moving back, he's in a lot of trouble. And he knows this. He knows this.
Bets on how long until we see Santos shoot a takedown?
I think Santos is going to look to punch his way in from the southpaw stance.
Okay, here we go. Fight 10 of LFL 22. Santos moves forward very aggressively to begin with.
So, conversely, if Bestati's moving back and striking, things are good for him. Keeping the space, he's already starting to snake charm him with that front hand a little. Watch the jumpiness out of Santos's front. See, Santos reaching, responding.
Yeah, Bestati's getting a lot of reads out of those feints.
Ooh, yeah.
Speed of that kick.
When you got a southpaw in front of you who's shorter, the right head kick is going to be a great weapon for Bestati. Or body kick, for that matter. Santos has to go. That's the thing. He can't wait. It'll be the left hand is going to be his best weapon for Dos Santos.
He's pressuring him, but he's struggling to convince himself that, you know, at the last, he needs to get closer.
Yes. See, those 2 punches, they're air balls because he's not getting into the range. Just like Stefan is saying, you've got to believe, right? You've got to believe.
But he also believes that there's extreme circumstances like this head kick that barely misses.
Like I said,
it come his way when he comes too close.
And he believes right. That is true. That is, and you have to do it anyways.
Some big shots, knee coming in. Bastati starting to flow.
Courage is not the absence of fear. It's experiencing fear and doing it anyways. And that's what Dos Santos has to draw out of himself. Because if he starts moving back against those kicks, he's going to go to sleep.
Look at that distance management. Making him miss like it's nothing. Oh, there's the knee. Oh, and another one.
Oh, it's on. It's done. That's it. Oh, Bastati. Double knee stoppage.
Man.
Crumples Santos like a tin can.
And then he has a seat. Time to meditate.
Santos simply just couldn't pull the trigger to get close enough to pull a grappling exchange, and Bastati's vicious pounding knees.
There's levels to striking. There's the elite level, and then there's the elite of the elite.
Yeah, and we just saw that unravel in front of us.
We talked about it at the last event. For a long time, you had Mirko Krokop, some others. You know, Mirko was probably the most famous kickboxer and, you know, having the most success and pride in UFC. But now there's more and more coming.
Yes, there is.
These guys really understand.
Bink. Oh, and bam. That one split the guard, actually.
Right.
Let's take a look at that again. So, two punches, that one off the glove, that one. Just
stabbing.
A little extra hip thrust at the end.
The last little push with the hip, let it go through, and
jeez, watch for it.
Santos is...
Watch this. Bink. Oh, just a little extra drive from the gluteus maximus and minimus. And then he takes a seat and says,
what's next?
Obliterated the nose of Santos. Looks like a roller coaster ride.
Ooh.
Don't get too excited, Cal.
Too late.
Oh, geez, that nose.
It's busted up pretty good.
You know those things that dogs chew in the park? They fill them with peanut butter, those lumpy ones? It's kind of got that vibe.
Ain't no peanut butter.
Every single time we see him in the LFL cage, his opponent gets a little
Ladies
better. We see him grow.
Gentlemen,
It's exciting to watch.
We have a winner by way of TKO. The man fighting out of the red corner, Tijani Bestati.
If you want to meditate, we can sit and meditate. You just blasted his nose and then you just had a seat.
Yeah, you know, I wanted to make it early tonight. You know, my son is waiting for me.
When you watch it the first time, you see the knee, but when you watch it the second time, it's just got that little extra dirt on it. Just drives it right into his face. That's the kind of thing you can do. Things that are just a little beyond what other strikers are capable of.
Yeah, you know, tonight, you know, I fought like this. But people also got to understand, like, you know, tonight I add another brick to the wall, you know, that I'm building. People got to see the bigger picture, you know what I mean? You know, at the end of the day, you know, we're building a foundation and, you know, we want to get to the top. And, you know, brick by brick, step by step, we're gonna reach that top level. But, you know, it's gonna take a lot of work and a lot of hard work. And every day I'm in the gym, you know, I'm every day in the gym. So, you know, I'm progressing and I'm getting better, you know, every day, every time, man.
When somebody watches somebody like you, they don't really understand that it isn't just what you are, but it's what you can become, right? It's what you are becoming.
Nah, you know, it definitely what you say, but this is also who I am, you know? This is who I am. I am fighting, you know? And that's what I'm going to show each and every time when I'm stepping into the cage.
I love it. Tiani, it's really, you feel something special when you're in here each time. What is going to happen next for you? Can you come back? You will fight more MMA, as you said, as you climb to the top. Thank who you want to thank. Say what you want to say. You earned it.
You know, I am an MMA fighter now, so I'm not a kickboxer anymore. Yeah, you know, I want to thank my team, Days Gym, you know, I want to thank Hank, I want to thank Amsterdam Airlines, you know, the guys from Combat Brothers, everyone who helped me, you know, Inspire, returning citizens, you know, I want to thank everyone, you know, who supports me, and I really appreciate that. All the people from Days Gym who came all the way from Amsterdam, you know, I really appreciate it, and I was on to the next one. You know, I'm focused. I'm obsessed with this game, man.
Yeah, it shows, man. It's a privilege to see. Thank you. Your winner, Jahedi Bastati.
Devastating. And what a high ceiling on Bastati. It'll be so intriguing to see where he goes next on this journey. He is now 3-0 in his professional MMA career. And, you know, I think he's still got more learnings to do. It'll be intriguing next time in the cage. You know, as Stefan said earlier, he's getting a better opponent.
Yeah, step by step. You don't want to put him in with Dagestani wrestlers right away, right? You don't want to, you know.
But when that time comes, he will be ready.
Yeah, he'll get that one day.
I was asking him about that continued progression, and then he said something I've never heard, but I loved and I could feel it. He's like, I am fighting.
Fight of the evening,
Love it.
Which will be a welterweight bout for
he believes in himself, and him and himself are making the right decisions, step by step.
Melvin von Sauda.
An exciting fight, this one. 2x LFL welterweight champs. It's a bit of a tongue twister, but they are here. Melvin van Sauda. Yeah, he became welterweight champ back on LFL 6. And he lost the belt to LFL 15 to Andras Binder, and then we spoke about it earlier, a showreel knockout of Amari Dietrich at LFL 18. Yeah, correct. A real brutal, one of the hardest knockouts we've seen at LFL.
Yeah, two great fighters who have shown us great performances. This is just a sick matchup. Steph, let me ask you, how are the Dutch people and the Belgians? Like, is there a rivalry? Is there
a little bit always?
Sports rivalry and a...
Yeah, there's always been, but in a healthy way, you know.
Yes.
And we've always been better, but
okay, yes, of course.
No, there's always been, there's always been a little back and forth, but we also love each other for the many beautiful things we have to offer. You know, like each country their own, and we have a couple great fighters. They have some really good fighters as well. So it's just cool.
You answered that question in a beautiful way that a Canadian or other Europeans would very much understand, and that is in a healthy way.
Yep.
If you're from Cleveland and your friend is from Portland, it can be unhealthy, and I say that with love to my American friends. But yes, it reflects on both the Belgians and the Dutch, because these are two wonderful countries full of wonderful people.
And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Donovan Desme.
So last saw Desme in the LFL cage at LFL 12, where he won the welterweight belt. God, really struggling with that little LFL welterweight tongue twister.
It was seeing that broken nose, it just threw you for a loop. Got too wound up.
And here is Donovan Desme, the Belgian half of this Dutch-Belgium beatdown we're about to witness. Two countries of a shared history. Used to be one country, but split off, and we're about to see a reunion of sorts happen in the cage.
These two will both have full understanding about what the other man that they're facing will bring. Right? These are the types of fights you really get up for, your team gets up for, because you know what you're facing.
Yeah. You know, they're kind of the same when it comes to fighting, because they're both very exciting, and every single time they step into the cage, they fight to finish. They don't fight to win a decision. That's not what these guys are. So this should be another really exciting one.
And between them, more than 50 pro MMA fights. Unbelievable experience in the cage here.
And they're both, you know, still on the end of the middle part of their prime, you know?
Yeah, both mid-30s.
Especially when you're like 38, like Melvin.
Yep.
That's the prime.
Yep.
You're still athletically can be as good or very close to as good as you were when you were 20, but wisdom and skill-wise and experience-wise and knowledge-wise, you've progressed so much.
Well, I'm not as athletic when I was 20 years old, but that's like a decision because I like desserts and stuff.
Yes.
You know? I do have a lot of knowledge.
Yeah. Look, you get to eat things these guys don't get to eat.
Yep.
Right?
A little too much now and then.
Yeah, well, you earned it. You earned it.
Here we go, Van Soudam, 3 years older than Desmay, 4 centimeters taller, but Desmay has a 1 centimeter reach advantage.
These two men both have to take risks to win this fight.
And introducing first, the man fighting out of the blue corner. This man is 37 years old. He stands at 180 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 15 wins, 8 losses. Hailing from the Netherlands, representing Nakama Gym, Melvin Van Soudam. And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 34 years old. He stands at 176 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 20 wins, 10 losses. Hailing from Belgium, representing Clement Club, Donovan Vegas And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Stefan De Monti.
Our 11th fight of the evening.
The look on the face of Van Soudam.
Yeah, he looks a little nuts.
Yep. We like it.
Yeah, we do. Both of these guys, to perform at their best, have to take some risks.
And they don't mind taking risks. They do it all the time.
Yeah.
Really pressured by Van Soudam.
Van Soudam is going to let 3 punches go when he goes. It's a little test.
Just testing each other.
Both are faking some. They know when it starts, it starts. And Van Soudam,
gorgeous.
Beautiful double.
Yeah, starts with.
Desmay was trying to posture, but I love how Van Soudam swooped that up from underneath him and put him on his back. He's the bigger guy. This is not the weight class where Desmay normally fights at. So, smart decision by Van Soudam.
Yeah. You can see in their bodies as well that Soudam.
Yeah, he's much bigger. Use that in your advantage.
Yeah, and that's precisely what he's done.
Yeah,
on top.
Desmay's got butterflies though, and he's trying to get his back up against the fence. Desmay's looking very calm.
Yeah, and for good reason. He's put himself into a position in which he feels safe. He's tucked his head around the side.
Good pressure there by Van Soudam with his head. It's a really annoying position to be in when you have your back against the fence and your opponent puts his full weight on your chin with his head.
Yeah. It forces you to move it.
Van Soudam trying to clear those butterflies, but they're being persistent.
You can really look for the soft spots, like around the eye, the nose.
Yeah.
You try and get a reaction out of your opponent so that he wants to get out of that position, and then there's openings.
In a worse position, yeah. So Desmay, his overhook, the right arm that's hooking over top. Now he went to the other side overhook. He's maintaining an overhook at all times. So his goal, we've seen people stand up tonight. We've talked about the importance of getting back up. His goal is to keep you super close to him right now.
Yeah.
Got a bigger guy on him. He's not sure he can get up. He's not taking any damage. He's not fatiguing much. He's just trying to keep him super close, which so far has been fine. But if the ref won't do you a favor and get you up, now he's out. Yeah.
Beautiful spring from
Good explosion.
Desmé.
It's the little looper of a right hand from Desmé. He touches him through the open gap in the middle.
Little jab and then delivered in response by Saudam.
So those 3 minutes on the ground, Desmé's just flowing. He's seeing everything right now. He's looking very good. Jab twice. Little counter hook from Van Saudam. Desmé really looks comfortable.
Eating a few jabs.
Nice head movement too, though.
Yeah. Yeah, seeing everything, right? Seeing everything and allowing his head to move. Yeah, smart one by Van Saudam.
May have bloodied Desmé's nose already.
Nice left hook there by Desmé.
Didn't get the right hand in, so he goes under again.
A little uppercut boot there from Van Saudam, which is very pleasing. And they're just touching each other at the minute, very smooth. Not putting out of force. Lovely single leg.
So he's locked a guillotine and he's trying to fold the head. The forearm is across. He wants to get up a little higher and fold the head over the bar arm.
It doesn't look like he's in deep enough, and he's not in a position with his hips to be able to really put pressure on.
He goes up higher. That can work. So you come up high on top.
This could be it.
Yep.
When he goes that way.
Reset. Reset.
It's tighter now, but it doesn't look tight enough.
So he wants to still get his chest up higher so he can. Oh, it's gone now. It was a real threat, but not enough of one.
Desmé wise enough not to burn out his arms, just squeezing for something that's not there.
That's the danger of going for a guillotine when your opponent is trying to get you down with a single leg, because now you have that bigger
armbar attempt. Armbar attempt
on top of you, throwing down bounce.
E-bar attempt. No, heel hook now. Nope, it's not there. Oh, he eats a little scoopy jab coming up.
It's a nice right hand there by Desmé.
It's a great fight, just what we expected. Uppercut.
Gorgeous little uppercut when Desmé stepped in from
controlled chaos, right?
Yeah, very much so. The definition of it.
Neither of them putting huge amounts of weight into the strikes, but just keeping active, touching, blooding each other. Look at that knee.
Jab to knee. And then trying to attack the lower appendage. Tuck that uppercut in while standing. He felt that, man. That's one of those zingers. On your way up, you don't see it coming. That was a lot of fun. Really, really, it's a dangerous fight for all parties involved.
Excited to see what we've got in store for this second round. Both of these savvy veterans have a lot of skills, and they're really showing them all.
Yeah. They're rugged. These are rugged guys, but they're wily too, you know. Touch, 2 jabs. Punches the leg. Now he'll go up. That uppercut and the knee from underneath. It's like Van Saudam just has a real awareness of how and when to attack from under. Little skip kick.
Try to come in at a different angle. Brutal, one of the hardest shots we've seen in this fight so far.
Powerful kick there by Desmé.
And I think he tried to toe stab him.
That flicking jab still finding a home and just working on that bloodied nose.
Oh. Van Saudam touched him on the way in again. He's not... Van Saudam isn't like biting down and throwing hard, but man, he's getting a lot of energy out of these shots.
Nice left hook there by Van Saudam in his reverse.
The timing was excellent. It just didn't convert.
Oh, nice step in knee.
He's got just that real awareness of.
Guillotine now by Poseidon. This is it. This is deep.
High elbow.
Nice roll by Desme.
Gorgeous work by Desme.
Cool beans, man.
It was deep, but this is a very, very good escape out of that guillotine.
There's only one way out rolling like that, and he found the light through the crack of the door.
Desme on top now. Interesting. 3 minutes left to go in the round.
A lot of time to work.
Controlling the bicep, and then he's going to thread his right hand to the shoulder. Watch. Nope. Yeah, he's still looking to do it. So he's going to free it now.
He just threw a kidney.
The old kidney liquefier. There, it takes the back.
He's smooth, man. He's
slick.
Moves very smooth.
The rear naked.
2.5 minutes, a long time here, but also you can just pound away here. You don't have to force this when you got a guy way down tucking his chin. You can punch. Those ears are made for punching here. There it is.
Slip off of his back, though. He's very high with his hips.
Yeah. So a choice now is reset your pelvic girdle. Take the LFL on that hip and put it further back onto the white fabric. But
Poseidon wants to put his weight and his hips on the leg of Desme and then move to his right.
And turn into him.
Look at that. He's doing a nice job.
Out. So there, he's out for all intents and purposes.
Scramble coming.
Yeah, he comes to the top.
He did a good job there, but he had to scramble a little harder when there was space available.
Desme swam to the surface, ends up on top. Sven Soudham's got an open mouth. Doesn't mean it's an possible anecdotal sign of fatigue. It doesn't mean it's so.
Yeah, Poseidon's looking tired, Robin.
Yeah. It's at your first glance, you're like, it appears that way. Is that true? Then you gather a little more information and you go, it looks true. It looks true. Jumping to conclusions, sometimes we buy into what they're selling us. Maybe he wants you to think he's tired, but it's been going on long enough that Desme's now starting to read it and cover the mouth a little, right? Desme has the most information here, more than we do as we're watching, because you can feel the breathing, the labored breathing, and the body starting to go slightly
look
limp.
at this. Look at this. He was going for an Ezekiel choke with the hand on the mouth.
Dig it. Ooh, a slicer.
Nasty little elbow.
Oh, he cut him open.
Flour is pouring out of Van Soudham's forehead.
Do you call it a slicer because it's not intended to jar the head? It's intended to slide across using the blade of the elbow to open the skin.
Like cutting a bit of sashimi.
Yep, a glance of it.
Oh, missed with another one.
That's going to leave a mark.
Desme's come on strong this round. They're going, looks like we'll most likely. Oh,
there's a
choke.
Yeah, it is, but it's not enough time. And he doesn't have the angle, but cool beans to try it there. Let's take a look at that cut if we can. The blood is all over now. Oh yeah, that's a gross one. That's a permanent scar to remember this fight, win or lose. He's got 5 minutes to make it a good memory.
There it is, brutal.
Watch it. So it's glancer, bink. That is intended to slice. It is not meant for its concussive purposes.
It's like he got cut with a box cutter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
it's
very
so
much
clean.
So clean. That is a permanent mark on his face for as long as he will live now. He wants that to be a mark where he goes, you wouldn't believe how I came back in round 3 and won this fight.
I got it from Vegas.
Yeah.
Starting to swell and look deep as well, that cut.
Yeah. You'll be able to see some skull through it if you take a good look, but and that's the kind of thing it sounds like you like, Callum, but you'd like to see some skull in there.
I was not about to say that.
And it's in there, but he can fight, no question about it. He can fight, and he will fight. And as a coach, you can say that to him. You've got a scar on your forehead. You have 5 minutes to make it a good one. You have 5 minutes to make a story about how you finished the guy in the 3rd round with this cut.
Desmay looked so good on top. I definitely expect another takedown soon out of him. He looks tired too, though.
Yeah,
both of them.
Or something happened in that. Or he wants you to.
It's been slow stepping back. If Saudam puts the pressure on here, he can finish him.
Oh, man, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Man.
Desmay's not reacting.
Sometimes there's a late response in the body. Something biochemical starts happening, and you just can't get yourself to go. It should happen more than even you see it, but something's going on with him right now.
He looks tired. He's not stepping away from the cage. He's staying a bit flat on his feet.
Really flat on his feet. Eating big shots from Saudam.
Saudam's savvy, so he's not going to empty the tank, but if he ups the pressure,
something's up, yeah. Like he's having a response to the work earlier. People will label it these broad labels like.
Oh, big shot there by Desmay with the left.
Way in,
connected there.
But something's happening in the body.
Knee to the ribs by Saudam.
And Desmay does not want to be carrying Van Saudam's bigger weight on him.
What it's all about right now is who can convince himself to really empty the tank. And it could be one position. Really make yourself work, get a position, and finish the fight there.
Yeah, and the best position might be, you know, for Desmay, it's to get on top again. Because you can rest, too. If something's going on with you, you can rest.
But imagine, like, being Desmay, going for a takedown, spending a lot of energy, being in this situation, feeling how you feel right now, and then Van Saudam counters you, blocks your takedown.
You don't get it.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't get it.
Grueling.
Burned it all trying. But, you know, we're 2 minutes in, so... But whether it was just an inability to recover or some sort of physiological response to the workload in round 2, Desmay came out truly flat, not mentally flat, just something physical.
Maybe the buggy choke was tight.
Yeah?
Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we're missing that information about his experience.
He's exhausted.
Yeah, we can see the byproduct of what he's experiencing, but we don't know what it is or what it feels like.
Phil Van Saudam could complete this, could complete a takedown here if he went for it. Oh.
Does Melvin understand that his man is really tired? He should feel it. He should be able to feel it.
His corner is right to our right, and they're trying to make him aware of the tiredness of his opponent.
Desmay looked up at the sky. There's no clock up there, so you know you might look up hoping to see a number, but there's no clock up there.
I expected Desmay to come out strong the way he finished that second round, but now Melvin's got his back.
Desmay's got to reach back and wedge his right elbow in wherever he can find it. First, he's going to grip back. What you want to do from here is take that right elbow and wedge it into whatever piece of space there is, but currently there's none.
So I think the first round goes to Melvin, right?
Yes.
Oh, guillotine attempt here, but doesn't have a lot of it.
Doesn't have it.
Nope.
This
is it.
He might get finished here. Like that, the burn of that with the depleted resource that he has, something's going on. It's a fascinating one because we can't know.
Melvin getting to his feet, trying to create some space to land some bombs here.
Kind of a crazy, like, backpack full of bricks, running up with no water, running up a hill kind of for both of them kind of round. It's a grueling experience. Mentally so demanding when you're asking your body to fight and it won't do it.
And Desmay, Timmy just accepted survival here. Saudam can't really break him apart.
Yeah, he's just holding on to survive right now.
Yeah, and good for him that he can do that, to be honest.
It seems like Van Saudam has recognized that he's content to stay on top and finish the fight here. Land a couple shots now and then, burn the clock. And I think he believes that he's won 2 rounds. That's what I think.
Yeah, wild.
Brutal, attritional funky fight from these two men.
And it slowed down, but look at their faces. That man has, you know, carnage sliced into his forehead, a permanent tattoo of his forehead, and this man's nose,
the nose,
and that could be part of the how his body was trying to shut itself down. Is that it isn't the pain of the nose, it's the body's response to the trauma, right? You almost go into shock sometimes.
Could have been that knee there that did the damage.
Maybe that or that one. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Look, yeah.
Yeah, and the top of the nose after.
And this is a tough. And then and Melvin saw it before we did. It isn't just, ow, my nose hurts, I can't fight. That won't affect guys like this. It's your body going into whatever version of shock, or shock is a poor, limited word that we can use to examine, to describe it, but it gives you the idea. Your body responds in ways that won't let you make it do what you want it to do.
Yep, and then your body's screaming for oxygen, but your nose doesn't really have a function anymore.
Yeah, it's like the end of the Lawler-McDonald fight. You know, the second one, just touched that nose and he just dropped.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have collected their points, come to a decision, and we have a winner. By unanimous decision, fighting out of the blue corner, Melvin van Souden.
Put your hands together for both of these two. Thank you guys for an amazing fight. So Melvin, congratulations, man. After round 2, we were like, you'll have a permanent scar on your forehead now. It's up to you in round 3 to make that scar a story of coming back and winning a fight. And that's what you did.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I've a soft skin, so that's why it's cut very fast.
Yeah, so he cuts your face open with an elbow, and then you rearrange that guy's nose with a knee. You two have changed each other's faces forever. Did you enjoy that fight?
Yeah, I love it, but it's crazy how hard his head is. Yeah, you can knock this guy down. It's impossible.
But the two of you probably both knew it coming out. You're facing a guy just like each other, tough, rugged, aggressive. It was a wonderful fight.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is for sure the most experienced guy I fought. So, yeah. He proved it.
You smile after every fight, which is amazing to see. Take a moment, thank your people, say whatever you like, sir.
Yeah, thanks everybody who helped me, and I think the people themselves know that.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you both, Donovan Desmay, and your winner, Melvin van Souden.
A terrific fight, a brutal, bloody affair. Fantastic stuff. Well, we have a 10-minute break coming up until our co-main and main event are coming around. So have a little break, grab a little snack, and come back for the main course later. See you soon.
But a victory lap though. Whoa, they ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please walk my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands, and ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yep, the champ is here, switch gears.
Big knockout to open the card tonight. Wow.
Dances with the devil. Your power isn't special. We don't fit on your canvas. We burn it all to ashes. We are the outlaws.
Right out, second fight, second round. This kid has got some serious power.
Referee was moving in to finish it.
by knockout is the man in the red corner.
This could be it.
We keep our eyes on the weak, they know that they targets. Hunting for goodwill, we ain't looking for bargains. And you should say a prayer, ain't nobody praying for you. Cause if I want it, then it's mine, that's what I'm saying to you. If you faint hearted, you better leave. You try and cross me, then you dead to me. Cause I'm in the business of making enemies. And there's a good chance that you may never leave. You feeling comfortable, you should never be. Outlaws come alive in the nighttime.
There's a stoppage. What a performance. It was the body shot that crumbled him.
Alain van de Merckt here, Topboy. I'm from Brussels. So the boss of LFL told me they're going to Antwerp. I had my best memories in MMA in LFL. So now I'm fighting LFL in Belgium. Big event. I'm motivated as ever. I'm training Combat Brothers here, I think like 7 or 8 years. I train with PFL champ, I train with Ranier, number 8 in the world. I get, to heights I never expected, because for me it was just a sport, and now it's like people get to know me from it. I love it. And we'll see what the future come with, Mutante Oliveira, a special guy. He just come to fight. He doesn't give up. He's a striker, a little bit crazy. He just go all out. I don't find him really technical, but he's still dangerous. Oliveira doesn't give up. I'm gonna get the finish, and then we're going to party, boys. Antwerp, here we come.
In every fight is a hidden story. Hitai unlocks that story. Live. Every strike measured in real time. Speed, power, precision. Impact revealed instantly, delivering a new level of fight data. Don't just watch. Experience the fight like never before.
Brother, the fact that I come in and get the title shot immediately speaks for itself, I guess. My name is Ilias The Blade Bulaid, fighting under the Moroccan flag, and I'm from Den Bosch, the Netherlands. My next fight will be in LFL in Antwerp for the LFL world title. I was a multiple world champion in kickboxing. I just fell in love with MMA. I love it. I want to be here a champion as well. I was like 5 years old when I started fighting. I don't know any better than fighting. In my opinion, fighting is like one of the easiest things to do. It's like going to the gym, train really hard, and be better than your opponent. I think life is harder than fighting in the cage. 11th of April will be the first time in 8-9 years that I will be fighting close by home. Yeah, you know, like always, you can expect fireworks and a big knockout, hopefully. But one thing's for sure, I'm always prepared. There's always a show, there's always spectacle. Yeah, I'm the most complete and fast, explosive fighter on the roster and in MMA.
Only for Champions was created for one reason: to guide the next generation of fighters and build real, lasting careers. Structure, surroundings, and strategy matter. We don't just manage athletes, we build futures at OFC. But even the most prepared fighter needs a stage. Levels Fight League, home of Dutch MMA. Built by fighters, for the fighters. A battleground where prospects don't just compete, they evolve, they grow, they become. Today, we are proud to announce Only for Champions as an official partner of Levels Fight League. Together, we are ready to shape the next era of Dutch MMA. There are levels to this game, and this is the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Live from beautiful Antwerp, Belgium. Up next, prepare thyselves, LFL fans, for the final tango and the last stand, our co-main and main event of the evening. Here at Waagnatie, it all began with purpose. Once a bustling harbor warehouse, it stood at the heart of Antwerp's rise after the Second World War. Ships came from every corner of the globe, carrying goods, stories, in the spirit of connection. And now, in 2026, the world gathers here once again, but this time to celebrate the art of combat and to present to you the most beautiful sport of all, LFL MMA.
Well, I think that puts us all a little bit to shame there. Makes me feel...
The only people doing better art than that are the fighters in the cage. And honestly, just barely. That was very, very beautiful.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after that operatic delight, we're moving on to our co-main event of the evening, which will be a catchweight bout held at 88 kilograms for 3 5-minute rounds. And introducing first, the man fighting out of the blue corner, Well Oliveira. From adversity to dominance, forged in the fires of Muay Thai, he has over 60 professional fights on his record. A relentless warrior with a championship pedigree, he holds a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, making him a versatile threat both on the feet and the ground. Please give a warm welcome to Well Oliveira.
Well, for this fight, we have a very special guest joining us. Oko Young, pleasure to have you with us today.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Amazing to be here for this fight.
Urko, as you know, I'm a huge fan of your work. I truly am.
I appreciate it.
And it's great to have you here. You will have studied this man a little bit as you do train with Alain van der Merckt, correct?
Yes. That's true. Well, he's a very experienced guy. You know, he has a lot of fights on his record. He fought everywhere. He's been everywhere. So it's definitely not a guy to underestimate.
Yeah, I mean, he's beat 40 other men.
Yes.
Not 4, not 14. 40 other men in professional hand-to-hand combat. So you are right, sir.
And what did you notice when you were studying him? What are some of the things that you got Van der Merckt to look out for?
Well, he's an overall fighter. You know, he's not really, let's say, a guy that goes on the ground or keeps standing and banging. So he's more all around. So we actually trained for all parts to be ready. And yeah, I think Alain will show today what he's capable of.
Yeah, you know, you make a great point. He's not a specialist. He's a generalist. And generalists are really hard to fight because they're problem solvers, right? What's the problem and what's the solution? That's how he fights. He tries to find the solution to whatever problem's in front of him. But Alain is a very big problem. Alain is a very big problem, and we're going to have a great fight here in our co-main event.
I agree.
That's it. Like Robin said, Oliveira has won over 40 fights, has been in almost 70 MMA fights, which is crazy. 3 times Muay Thai champion, brown belt BJJ. Yeah, this is a man who knows his way around combat, should we say.
Just over 30, you know, it's a lot of fighting to happen. A lot of fighting to happen.
And he's introducing next the man fighting out of the red corner, Alain von der Merckt. A champion returns home. Alain is a former middleweight king at LFL and a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Tested on the biggest stages, now back where it all began. Welcoming back to the LFL Octagon, Alain von der Merckt.
So Alain van der Merckt back in the LFL cage for the first time in a couple of years, I think. But he went on an incredible running streak with LFL, went 8-0 before heading over to KSW and having some great fights. Erko, have you seen Alain like move and evolve?
He improved every fight we saw him. He's improving, he's getting better and better and harder to train with, actually, harder to spar with, honestly. And I'm really excited to see him now because he has some new things to show. And yeah, so let's see how the fight goes.
He's the kind of guy that's won fights in every kind of way and every kind of fight. Fights that he's been on the wrong end and come back. Just things like that. It's one thing to say, oh, this guy's very good at punching or kicking or choking. And we can use whatever verbiage we want to use about grappling and striking. But when it gets tough, that's when you really see what a fighter is. And when it gets tough, Alain van der Merckt rises to it.
100%, I agree.
You also can tell that he's nervous and that he welcomes it, accepts it, and fights anyways.
Yes.
Here we go.
He handles his emotions very.
Similar age of both men, but we can see there is a 10-centimeter high bonus for Oliveira, although van der Merckt has that 1 centimeter reach advantage. Long arms on this man.
He has long arms.
All the better to sink those Dacres with.
And introducing first the man fighting out of the blue corner. He is 31 years old. He stands at 198 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 40 wins, 26 losses, 1 draw. Hailing from Brazil, representing Mutante Fight Team, Well Mutante Oliveira. And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 32 years old. He stands at 188 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 9 wins,
These moments
2
always
losses.
brings chills to me,
Hailing
you know.
from
I just
Belgium,
feel everything, you know what I mean?
representing Combat
Such
Brothers,
a heavy experience.
Alain Topboy.
But then a minute from now, it'll be less heavy. In the fight, it's less stressful than this.
100%, that's true.
This is something you go through.
Yes.
And past and into.
And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Daniel.
It's a part of the process.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Erko, you made a really interesting point. You know, Alain has a long reach. He's probably not used to fighting a guy with a longer reach than him, right?
Well, Alain still has a 1 centimeter reach advantage, so he still has that advantage.
That's wild. But that with the height and the wingspan, it's a different challenge. But isn't that crazy? He's the shorter man against this tall Mutante, and he still on paper has a longer reach.
Solid leg kick from Oliveira, straight from the off.
Erko,
Yeah, he's... Oh, that's a good counter.
Those nerves he felt earlier are now gone, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm still...
yeah.
Oh, that leg kick hurt from Van der Merckt.
Yeah, he got a big reaction from it, and then he interpreted the reaction as time to go, and it worked perfectly.
And this is his world. This is his world.
And he'll stay in the guard and just pound from here.
Yeah. He puts so much pressure on you when he's on top. It's just very, very difficult to get him off.
So what we're watching for here is one ball of the foot to stay on the ground and the other knee to come up. Now, in his case, both feet come up, so he can really pound from here. Now he's got one knee down. The one that's up is the side he'll punch the hardest from.
Yeah. And he's always adjusting, as you can see.
Yeah. To keep you there and to open you up. Passes. Just slices right through.
Yeah.
A lot less nerves now when you settle into a top position.
Van der Merckt's in a good position.
Yeah, because when people call it a dominant position, most people don't understand the feeling of dominance, Erko.
Because also I train with the guy, you know, and I know how good he is on top. So now I have less worries. Now
Straight into full mount.
No worries now. Right, this is what he does.
Big elbow.
So the feet on the cage, and he just... Yeah. Is he cut? And he could stay here until this fight is over.
Oliveira's not defending very wisely here. He's flailing around. Van der Merckt, a little shuffle to bring Oliveira closer to the middle of the cage.
Just awareness. Because Oliveira's feet on the cage could cause problems, so he just drags him out there using his hips. And there's no rush here. 2.5. Oh, good work by Oliveira, but...
But it's still very difficult to get him off. Yeah. As you can see, he knows where to move his hips, his legs, his knees, so he will stay in position. But Oliveira has long arms, so he can still push his face.
Kind of using like whips up at Van der Merckt.
Yeah,
that's a slicer.
Nasty.
Ugh.
Moving.
You can hear the sound. The elbows are just such a great equalizer because psychologically your brain, and now this guy has fought almost 70 fights, but you're like, this guy's trying to change my face.
Yeah.
You know?
And you know when there's a cut, one or two, that makes the...
Oh, look at an arm triangle or head and arm choke. No, Oliveira shrugs it off. There are already contusions on Oliveira's skull.
He doesn't really easily give this position, as you can see. He's still fighting.
Ooh. His glancers are the ones that open up the skin.
What does Oliveira need to do here, Erko, to get out of this situation?
He needs to try and turtle in this position because there's no other way. He's really long, so he can't really use his legs.
So you want him to go belly down and give his back and work out. Yeah. And to somebody at home, you're like, oh, give your back. But yeah, it's better than being pounded unconscious. So you must take the slightly less bad, take a few punches, and then start working your way back up.
Van der Merckt just seemingly taking a little bit of time. He's unleashed a lot of punches now. Some elbow coming down. Oliveira is eating some big shots, and Van der Merckt is just taking his time, almost boa constrictor with the strikes.
40 seconds left. He's going to consider an armbar here.
Ooh. Yeah,
now head and arm choke. Yeah, smart. Yeah, and he'll go off.
There we go.
If you don't get it, no harm done. You're trying to finish it here. Ear to tricep. Knee in. No, he'll go back to the mount and try to pound him out. He's got... Nope. Keeps on it.
Blood is pouring off Oliveira's
12
face.
seconds remaining. He's shelled right up, headgear block.
Well, you know, he's a tough guy.
Very tough.
Oliveira, he doesn't give up.
Big
really
shots.
Really.
Looks like you'll just about survive the round.
He will make it, but...
Didn't expect that, honestly. Tough guy. You can see he had 60 fights, you know?
Yeah.
How would you analyze and break down that round for us?
Well, that's for sure Alain's round, you know?
He may not They may not let him fight. His eyes are closed. He has taken a lot of abuse. 2 calf kicks. That got a response, so he closed in. Body lock took him down, and the next 4.5 minutes were violent.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a big bump on the side of Oliveira's head from what I can see here.
Yeah, a lot of swelling around the right eye.
Well, you can still see.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, his eyes are open.
Yeah.
Open, but
Cutman's got some, I don't know if adrenaline is legal here, but he's got an end swell. But yeah, the shape of the circle around the eyeball is swelling.
Okay, he's coming back for round 2.
Yeah, tough guy.
Yeah, respect.
Respect.
So, Erko, if you're in his corner, 2 punches and try to get back to the body lock?
Exactly, yeah. This is his position.
Okay.
He was very dominant on the ground, so...
Why not go back there?
Oh,
huge right. Oh, that's it. That's over.
That's a done. No.
Oh, no.
This guy is so tough.
Oliveira looking for a heel hook or some...
But, you know, that's the best takedown there is. Yeah. Punch him until he falls down. There's no better takedown in the world than that.
But again, now I'm in less stress because I know this is his world, and he's again on top position.
Looking for straight into mount. And Oliveira, this is the last place. This won't last long.
Daniel is a phenomenal ref, and Daniel is not going to let him just take punches. He's going to tell him now. Yeah, it's done.
That's it. That is it.
A merciful job by a great referee.
Oh, second backflip.
He told me he will do the backflip. So.
Ooh, he gave you 2. Erko, please stay while I go interview him before Stefan Struve comes back. But thank you, brother. It's a real honor to be able to hang with you.
Thank you so much. It was amazing. Yeah. Thank
I'm
you,
going to go in the cage.
Yeah. Brilliant performance, Erko. How do you think it did for Van der Merck's confidence to be back in the cage and get such a dominant win?
Of course, it's always good. It's always good to have a good win and a solid fight. You know, he did really good job. He took it to the ground, and in the second round, he caught him really hard. But as I told you, the guy is tough. He doesn't give up.
Yeah, there's no doubts about that. He took a beating and just kept on coming. Showed spirit until the end, but yeah, just Van der Merck had a bit too much for him in the end.
Yeah. He's looking for it. Alain! Alain!
And what does Van der Merck want to do next? What's his?
Well, he just want to keep fighting. You know, he's hoping for a next fight now very soon, so he can stay active. You know, and keep winning.
That's the goal of every fighter. So I think will be a nice show of respect between the 2 fighters there. Oliveira really showed tough and grit, and we'll just go now to the official fight announcement.
That's what the sport is all about.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner by way of TKO. Fighting out of the red corner, Alain Topboy von
Let's hear it for both these 2 fighters. That is an incredibly tough man, Alain. Incredibly tough man. Congratulations, man. Fantastic fight. It's good to have you back. How does it feel to be back?
Belgium best place, you know. That's why I began. It's because one day I hope to be in the Lotto Arena here, you know. Waagnatie is the beginning. First time LFL in Belgium. Look, good crowd, good card. We hope to have you soon back. Top show, good fighters, a lot of finishes.
Yes, sir. And, they came out to see you fight tonight. How does it feel to be in here? Where have you been? And welcome back.
I was in KSW. Nice fights. Best organization of Europe, I think. First, I lost. Straight, knockout. Can happen. Second, I finished. Third, I won. And then something strange happened in the ring, you know. Then I asked for, he'd say we can do rematch, but he didn't answer anymore. When I say, okay, let's do it again, he went away. So maybe now he's going to hear me. He told me, let's run it back and I'm going to finish you. No judges, I was playing with you. You know you lost. Let's go.
I would not want to fuck with Alain van der Merckt. But we are thrilled to have you back. We're thrilled to have you here in Belgium. Take a moment, thank your people, and thank you for a wonderful fight.
Belgium. Bruxelles. Moi, je viens de Bruxelles, on est à Anvers. Nous, on vient de Bruxelles. 11-20. On combat ici, après, il y a le main event. Un type que je regardais quand j'étais petit, je disais, putain, quel castagneur. Maintenant, il est en Belgique. Moi, je suis co-main event. Lui, il est main event. Let's go.
Your winner, Alain van der Merckt.
Excellent fight, Alain van der Merckt back on LFL. Fantastic to see. And Urko, absolute pleasure having you here, brother.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's go, guys. Last fight now, last fight. So
yeah,
thank you again, and see you guys next time.
See you guys next time. Pleasure having you on board.
Thank you, sir.
Brilliant performance from Van der Merckt there, and great to have Urko Jan with us. And now we can welcome back Mr. Stefan Struve.
What? Did something just happen? Like,
Been waiting for.
We missed you.
We have reached the grand finale of tonight's festivities. Our main event of the evening, which will be an LFL interim featherweight title fight for 5 5-minute rounds. Are you ready? All right, we're going to try that one more time. Are you ready? I'm sorry, maybe it's this earpiece, but I can't hear you. Are you ready? You're going to hit me with that one more time. Are you ready? Well, I'm happy to hear that, because it's fight time! Let's kick things off by introducing our fighters. And introducing our first main event fighter into the octagon, Wellyton Silva. From sacrifice to purpose, a martial arts journey that began at 13 with both boxing and Muay Thai. He left everything behind, family, comfort, and security, to achieve his dream of being an MMA champion. Tonight's interim title fight represents more than a fight to this man. Please give a warm welcome to Wellyton Silva.
Here we are, gentlemen. We are reaching the title fight. And here it comes, Wellyton Silva. Another Brazilian that we've spoken about many times this evening. These Brazilians and many of these Brazilian fighters aren't just, single discipline. This is a man who started boxing, became Muay Thai, competed in BJJ competitions, has traveled all over the world fighting. And yeah, he's only 23 years old.
Jeez.
All of that managed to jam a lot of living into his life.
And here he is in Europe, in a beautiful city here in Belgium, fighting for a title. It's a beautiful thing. It's a wonderful adventure he's on.
Yeah, huge opportunity for this young man, and he's got quite the challenge, of course, ahead of him tonight in Ilias The Blade Bulaid, but he's got a lot of wins by submission and ground and pound, and I think that's the path to victory for him tonight. He isn't bad on his feet, but he's fighting one of the best strikers on the planet, so I definitely think that, as you said earlier tonight, Robin, fight yourself into the takedown, strike yourself into the takedown, and do not make this a kickboxing fight, because I can tell you that a kickboxing fight against Ilias The Blade is not going to go well for Wellyton Silva.
Yeah. The scary thing sometimes is when you're young, you will overestimate what your heart and desire and grit and will is capable of doing. And if you do that with Ilias Blade, 19 times out of 20, you're going to wake up and they're going to say, how many fingers? And you won't necessarily get the answer correct. And so you want to be realistic about your possibilities. Doesn't mean the 1 out of 20. Yes, by being crazy and rolling the dice, 1 out of 20, you can win. But you want to fight a high percentage fight, and that is strike your way into a grip.
But Silva looks relaxed. In many cases, he's not got the pressure.
Yeah.
Ilias Blade. Born into combat at just 5 years old, he's a multiple world time champion, as well as a K1 Grand Prix finalist in Japan. He stands undefeated in Bellator and remains dangerous at every second. He doesn't just fight, he finishes. Welcoming to the LSL Octagon, Ilias Blade.
We've spoken about it a few times this evening, but it bears repeating. The Netherlands has such a deluge of incredible kickboxers, these excellent world championship winning fighters. And, you know, before LFL, there wasn't really this pathway for them to come into MMA, to learn from the right people. And Bulaid is a perfect example of someone who's done this.
Yeah, for whatever reason, you know, when something happens, people think it's an outlier. So Izzy comes along and is a striker who becomes a champion. That's an outlier. Then Alex does it. And then people go, well, it's just these two guys. But that is now changed, and people really understand that by being a brilliant striker, you can understand the game and build a game for you. It isn't just become a wrestler. It's move your feet, understand your ability to control gaps. And we're seeing it more and more, and we're seeing it here again tonight.
And he's been in this transition from kickboxing to MMA quite a few years now. He has some injuries, unfortunately. He has fought for Bellator. He was supposed to fight for the Contender Series, UFC Contender Series. Very, very talented fighter. Could have been a lot further in his career already if he didn't have those injuries, those knee injuries. But
and it was one knee?
I don't know exactly what happened, but I believe he had 2 major knee injuries. But here's the good news about that. We get to see him fight tonight here in the NFL cage.
Yes.
When I see him grapple and wrestle and move, MMA movement, it already looks really natural. You see with a lot of these kickboxers making the transition, it's not natural yet. With Ilias Bulaid, that's surely the case.
And 8 people have been defeated with his MMA game.
And we can see very, very similar stats to the pair of them. The only difference really is the age, with Bulaid being 8 years the senior.
And introducing first, the man fighting out of the blue corner. He is 23 years old. He stands at 176 centimeters tall. He has a professional record of 12 wins, 5 losses. Hailing from Brazil, representing Team Romero Reis, Wellyton, The Rock, Silva. And introducing next his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is 31 years old. He stands at 175 centimeters tall. He has a perfect professional record of 8 wins, 0 losses. Hailing from Morocco, representing Fighting Talents, Ilias The Blade Bulaid. And the referee for this bout will be Mr. Axel Vakumena.
Gentlemen, respect the rules. Listen to my commands and protect yourself in the whole fight.
Here we go. We've reached the top of the mountain of LFL 22. The featherweight title is on the line. Bulaid versus Silva.
Excited to see how young Silva starts. I suspect aggressive.
Oh, man, the power in those kicks.
Bulaid has come out with one
just
thing.
different.
Just murder on his mind immediately.
Oh, if he catches...
Oh, question mark.
Yeah. Kicks out the kickstand.
You can see there's one thing on Bulaid's mind.
Silva.
I'll tell you this, Silva's never been kicked this way.
No. Most people have never been. No!
Barely missed with
Ripper of a knee up the middle. He does counter that kick and then takes the touch with the hand. Turning side kick. Hips way back.
Anaconda choke.
He's going to disengage and strike. Steps in.
That was a little bit of a panic shoot from Silva.
Silva has survived the first minute.
Silva's mind is good.
He's blocked some of the leg kicks.
Yes, he has. Silva.
Oh, the sound of that, like slapping me with a ruler. Oh, nice forward elbow from Silva. Didn't land, but
Bulaid has kicked away, and many would be discouraged and moving back and saying, maybe tonight's not my night. But Wellyton Silva is saying, I've taken your best and I'm here.
Beautiful clinch there by Bulaid. For Silva, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. If he would be able to beat Bulaid tonight, he would be able to maybe fight for the Contender Series next year or whatever, you know?
Yes. Oh, Bulaid turns him and ends up on top.
Oh.
Bulaid's going to do a bit of work here. If you're his coach, you want him to do some work here.
Gonna posture up and look for some elbows.
You don't have to spend the rest of the round here. You don't have to stay here, but do some work. And he doesn't like what he's seeing, and he's changed.
Hey, good job.
He's gonna exit. Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah.
Oh, to the body.
Yeah,
connected with that one.
He sure did. Silva moves forward.
Nice.
Silva's in this mentally. He's mentally in this fight.
this is an F1 race. Oh, the question mark kick lands.
So quick.
This is an F1 race of a fight. Both just not letting up on the accelerator.
Halfway through round one, a lot of action. Turning side kicks, Brazilian arc kicks. And a kid who's not going away, that's for sure.
The look in the face of Silva says it all. The body kick. One kick to the body can change it all.
One anything to anywhere from Bulaid can change it all. He can kick your leg out. He can knock your lights out.
Right.
Step knee.
That's over.
Deal.
It's over. We have a new featherweight champion delivered with a knee and finished on the floor. Bulaid, incredible.
Step knee. And that step knee generated so much energy that was transferred into the organs of Silva. Silva's still down.
What a performance from Bulaid.
I think he may have walked into the hips of Bulaid. He went for a takedown and Bulaid stepped in.
You'll see
in the combination. I want to see the replay though.
There was a step knee that put him down first. And as soon as he was down, it might have been just a series of punches.
We'll get the replay shortly, but what a dominant, vicious,
watch the step knee. Okay, catch Bink, throws the punch, watch the knee. Oh! Liver side. Liver side. And then some punches. Watch. So step knee, right. Bink. That is the liver side. It hits the organ, and the organ secretes poison into the body.
Yeah, man.
You can see Silva.
As I said, one of those knees or kicks can change.
Yeah.
Oh, he was in the fight, man.
Boom.
Oh, doing well, but this man. And I'm being asked.
And hammer fisted his way.
say the words I said earlier. This man is ready for the UFC.
Yes, he is.
He said it to be.
He wants to sit and pose so you can paint him while you're at it.
Well, plenty of other fighters have gone from the LFL to the UFC.
Louis Sutherland just fought a week or two ago, I believe.
Yeah, same with Yusri Belgaruri, Mario Pinto.
He deserves a shot in the UFC or the Contender Series. He's there, man. He's got the level. He's that talented, for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, and new interim featherweight champion of Levels Fight League, Ilias The Blade Bulaid.
Put your hands together for Ilias Bulaid. This looks good on you, sir.
It does look good on me, but let me tell you one thing. This title isn't mine anymore from today. I give this title, this one, the world champion belt, to my coach, Dwayne van Halford. Listen to me. There is nobody else that's going to defend this title besides him. Because I believe, and let me tell you something, I love you, Mr. Black, but this message is for a certain Mr. Dana White and his companions, Hunter Campbell and Sean Shelby. 9-0, 6 finishes in the first round. I belong in the UFC. Get me to the UFC. Yeah?
I'm sure these people are not stupid, and you should absolutely be fighting anywhere you want on planet Earth. You fight with an intensity and a visceral desire to win, and that need to his body just shut him down tonight.
Listen, I am the most complete fighter outside and inside of the UFC. I belong there. I don't care about belts or any other shit. I care about knockouts, finishes, and moments. That's what I'm giving.
Well, you gave us some beautiful moments tonight. Let's hear some more for Ilias Bulaid. My friend, take this moment, drink it in, and say whatever you want to say one more time.
I don't have anything other thing to say than get me my contract. Get me my contract now!
Your winner, a new LFL champion, Ilias Bulaid!
Well, I think it's pretty clear what Ilias Bulaid wants.
What he's want?
I think just a nice cup of tea and a relaxing evening at home.
And 3 letters.
Yeah.
UFC. And he deserves that, man.
He does an incredible fighter, now 9-0 as an MMA fighter, incredible kickboxing record. And what a fantastic way to finish this LFL 22 event. Our first international event in Antwerp, and you can see what that means to
I hope the cage is going to hold this, by the way. But yeah, no, he looked phenomenal, and you know what I said. The good thing about the injuries was always try to make it a positive, right? The good thing was we got to see him fight here tonight, and he's special. Without the injuries, he would have been where he wants to be already, and I can't wait to see it.
Does anybody celebrate victory like Moroccans? Anybody, anywhere?
Very intense.
Yeah, you should have seen it when the Moroccans were in the World Cup.
I was actually in a cab in Paris when that happened, and it was nonsense. The whole thing shut down. But wonderful night of fights tonight.
Incredible.
Wonderful night of fights.
LFL 22, our first ever international fight. I mean, so many great results from the very beginning with Dacres, all the way through to the jiu-jitsu contest of Van Halford, Van Busel putting down an amazing wrestler, Bestati continuing his rise through the MMA scene. Just so many different fights, just so many different outcomes. That was a joy.
28 martial artists came in here and gave us their very best, and we were all better for having seen it.
Yeah, well, Stefan, Robin. We've got some. Actually, got some of
and
the.
I was impressed with this young man.
Remember this young man just
Dacres.
comes out. Yeah, wow, he's good. What a start to the night. We had two brilliant fighters yet to make their pro debut. Not once, but a couple of times. But man, this kid can fight.
Yeah, Bulguchev with a beautiful rear naked choke, step by step. Covered his own hand, as you said, Robin, with his chin. So his opponent was able to grab it. Beautiful submission finish.
Bonte there, another glorious rear naked choke.
A lot of people were getting choked out in round one in that first third of the night. Yeah, a couple of intense young ones there.
Jahedi with that powerful shot to the ribs, following like a big knee.
There were some knees tonight too. Broken noses, broken jaws.
And then we have Osterhoff returning to the cage and putting on a brutal, suffering some adversity to begin with, but then just powering through with a brutal performance.
She lives as a full-time professional athlete now. She's only 21. I don't say it often when I see a 21-year-old, but that girl can be champion of the world for sure. That was an elbow that ended the night.
Oh, man. That's that brutal jawbreaker.
Yeah, Bink. That kid can really fight, man.
Billy Backers coming up top against Gerov.
Another. What a great night of fights when we see this highlight package put together by our great team. It reminds us, oh yeah, and
Coach Plata,
almost the two 40-year-old BJJ black belts put on a show for all the BJJ fanatics out there.
Yeah, it was a wonderful one. Coach now has that belt forever, given to him by Bastati. And his sons were in. We had a couple of fathers showing how great it is to be able to dig deep.
And that attritional battle between Chan and Junior. More sons in the cage.
Very close fight.
Bestati continuing his rise in MMA, going 3-0 with his glorious knee.
That one.
So smooth.
Yeah.
Effortless.
Just natural.
Then another fight with canny veterans of Desmay versus Saudam. Desmay suffering a really brutal broken nose fight.
They both changed each other's faces forever.
Yep.
And they will be proud to tell these stories, these two. As they should.
Then we got to our co-main event. Here we go for Oliveira versus Van der Merckt. Oliveira really showed a lot of fight, a lot of heart, but Van der Merckt had a bit too much for him.
He Van der Merckt him.
And then finally coming up, the sight you've all just seen, Ilias The Blade Bulaid going 9-0.
That dude can, Ilias The Blade Bulaid, man, he's an intense fighter. He's skillful, yes, but he's just it's super intense in the way he expresses it. Bink.
When you go for that takedown and you open up and you reach out with your arms, you open up the rib cage. Oh, and it gets so much worse. It gets so much more painful.
Oh, God, it's a piston to the liver.
And there he is, our new featherweight champion. That, friends, has been LFL 22 live from Antwerp. Stefan, thank you very much.
Always a pleasure.
Robin, a joy. Make sure you go on LFL MMA on social media, lflmma.com, to find out when our next show is. And until next time, all we have to say, au revoir.
Enjoy the hostilities, my friends.
Oh.